for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
People need to see the light. Turn it up bright. We will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them said spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most high rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one way crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.
I saw him stand and fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stand. Will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stand. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Ratty hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Well fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stand. Well fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stand. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a go check our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle but of the most high rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one way crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stand. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stand. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stand. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stand. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stand. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He
Family, blessings, 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 blessings. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Greetings, greetings, and as Kevin would say, salutations. Bless up. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, people? All right, Jeff Worrell. Good, 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 good. Folks, I tell you, were it not for the love of the people, I wouldn't be here tonight doing this program. But we said, no, we can't go into the holiday season without at least talk to the people. And if one of you can walk away with something tonight, it would be well worth the program. So here we are, doing our level best to educate our people. And tonight, what I'd like to do is, I'd like for us to start thinking about solutions. We have been thinking about it, but I want us to be laser focused on solutions tonight. We won't talk about the problems, but it's not enough to just talk about the problems. I want all of you to start thinking about what you would do to improve the situation. But before we do that, let's start out with the greetings, because you know it goes. Without you, my people, we wouldn't be here. And so we take every Wednesday night, or we see every Wednesday night as an opportunity to thank you and to encourage you to continue the support, because this is a noble effort. And no matter what the evil says and the evildoers and the naysayers say, them can't stop we. Can't stop we, because you know why? We're united. And we're united in the theme of good governance for Jamaica. Fairness, opportunity, transparency, accountability. All those nice, beautiful words you've heard, you know what they mean. And you also know what they don't mean. But before we get into the discussion, let me just big up everybody. Miss Turner, big up yourself, Miss Turner, front of the class. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the encouragement, Miss Turner. We just want everybody to know, say, Miss E, she dip on the things. Big up yourself, Miss Elaine. Oh, the disclaimer, the views and comments of the viewers are theirs and theirs only. They are not necessarily that of the platform host. So you're going to hear some things and they're not necessarily, sometimes they won't come from me, they'll come from a guest, but you can't hold us responsible for the utterances of guests. And so that's why we put up the disclaimer. And I have something that recently happened. Someone took a clip from one of our shows. And I think it was the first show after Melissa. Melissa hit Jamaica on, no, sorry. It was the first show after the election. And the election was on Wednesday, September 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. And we did a show on Saturday, the 6th. And they took a clip from the show and they posted it and they gave the wrong impression or the wrong account of what actually happened. And so we had to go back and pull the entire show and look at that clip and just shake our heads in disbelief. And for some of us, it was also in disgust, because we said, people know that these things are archived. And so, you know, if you try to spin something and spin it out of control, it's not even close to what was being discussed. They took one clip and then they started talking about it and gave the wrong impression. But you must realize when you do something like that, that people can go back and look and say, okay, what was actually said? And that's exactly what we did. And I don't know if we'll get to show it to you tonight, because I didn't discuss it in detail with OT. But OT, if we can do that, then fine. If not, we can wait until Saturday. Again, Mr. Lane, big up yourself. Big up yourself. Carla Ebanks, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Jeffrey Worrell, thank you. Much appreciated. Continue the support. Okay, there you go. Thanks for the continued support. Is that it? Patel Cruikshank. Patel, you need to give me a call. Patel, you need to give me a call. Or call OT. We have something we want to discuss with you. All right. LW2. Season's greetings to you. Big up yourself. Hey, seeing the people. Norman Montague. Lap Scooch himself. Some of you got a chance to speak to him over the last several days. And it was quite entertaining as well as educational. Norman a bright boy and I want to know that. Bright boy. But him kind of shy, really like come out on the platform. But one of these days, I hope to have him on one of these days. The original Lap Scooch, Norman Montague. Big up yourself, my brother. Yuan Hilton. Thank you. Same to you. Laura Williams. Thank you very much. I'll convey the message to Kevin and the rest of the crew. Obama Wolf. It's an interesting name. Good night, Obama Wolf. Big up yourself. Miss Rita. Thank you, Miss Rita. Big up yourself. Petra. Blessings. Keep it going, OT. As a God. Bless up. Veronica Clark. Yes, indeed. What's this? Oh. Miss or Mr. McCarthy. Don't know what the first. CJ. Huh? C-Jam. Oh, C-Jam McCarthy. Bless up yourself. Bless up. Ubuntu for real. Greetings, my brother. Greetings. I shouldn't say that because it might be a female. I apologize if Ubuntu for real is a female. And let me just say, over you are, big up yourself. Walk like a champion. Big up. See me out. Walk like a champion. Merle, see how them people. Please put Tough Time Minister of Health in front of the class. It's funny because Merle, I just pulled that, I think it's a video. I just pulled a video. We will show that tonight, Merle. Thank you. Big up yourself. Thanks for the support. Joanna Store, good night. Welcome. Petra and Kevin, thank you, Petra. Thank you. Karen, big up yourself, Karen. Big up Bree. Big up the whole crew. Big up on yourself. Yakim Bless Mitchell. Good night. Yvette Lewin. Season's greetings to you and your family. Jackie Graham. Likewise, Jackie, big up yourself. Miriam Edwards, big up. Season's greetings. Sonia Graham, good night. Welcome, Sonia. Talk to you about something very, very serious. All right, Patel, reach out to OT, please, because we need to talk to you as well. All right. Joanna Store. Big up yourself. Yvette Lewin. Veronica Clark. Big up yourself, Veronica. Paula E. Advent season. Paula and Eddie. Big up on yourself, Paula and Eddie. Gwendolyn Hall. Season's greetings to you as well. Merlin Fid. Good evening. Welcome. Patricia Banton. Wishes for 2026 classmates for the 27th. Oh, hey, happy birthday when it gets here, Patricia. And thanks for, best for 2026 classmates. Okay, all right. I trust that you were in the class this past Saturday and you took the exam and you passed. Big up yourself, Patricia. Yvonne Miller, good night, good night. Andrea Burke, good night. I just like to see the camaraderie. People are referred to each other as family and classmates. Nice. Don James, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. Sonia Johnson, greetings and blessings as well. Catherine Daly, greetings, 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 greetings. Oh, Mr. Rat, you're looking so cool. Thank you, Miss James. Big up yourself, big up yourself. I can't see you, but I trust that you're looking cool yourself. Leonie McLegan. Oh, the UK, yeah, they're 6 hours ahead. Yeah. Bless up. Season's greetings, Leonie. 5 stars. Jamaica needs to say 5 stars. I take it you also were in the class this past Saturday. Big up yourself. I like cats. Thank you. Season's greetings to you and your family. James Fergus. Yeah, you know, it's kind of hard sometimes not to think that people are playing blind. Not everybody, but it's hard to think that everyone is united behind the message. But in time, we'll get there. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a first step. We're there. Zolita. Greetings, family. Rastawan, big up yourself. Mitzi Davis, greetings. Joan Allen, good night. Season's greetings, welcome. Andrew Pine, blessings. Yes, Rastawan, big up yourself. Sita, see him so. Kireen Arancevia, I hope I pronounce it correctly. Greetings. Florence Brown, big up yourself, Florence. Vincent Williams, bless up. Oh, C. Fisher, thanks for the correction. 5 hours ahead. Okay, I did say 6. I stand corrected. Thank you. Mount Pleasant, one love to you as well. Kevin, I don't know where you're there, but I'm going to convey the message to you. Florence Brown, big up yourself. Season's greetings. Rosemary, season's greetings. Sonia Johnson, greetings to everyone coming from London, UK. Thanks for joining us. Ralva Ellison, enough respect to you, Ralva. Big up yourself, Ralva. Roland Rogers, yes, Roland. Big up yourself to you and the entire family, my brethren. Heartfelt. Big up yourself. Rosemary said, season's greetings to everyone upon the live. Oh, correct pronunciation. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Karina Rancevia. Okay. That's it. All right, good. Folks, let me just say a heartfelt thanks to all of you who tuned in this past Saturday, because we had our final exam. And we had 12 questions, 2 bonus questions. And we got tricky on about 2 of them. And that's what I think prevented some of you from getting full marks. But it was a good turnout. It was good participation. And I hope you learned something from it. Because it's one thing when I sit here and I talk to you and I show it to you. It's another thing when you have to think it through. You know, it forces you to think. And once you've made a decision on the answer and you hear the answer, right or wrong, it stays with you, as opposed to just having me up here just talking. So, again, heartfelt thanks. 2, don't forget, we have 3 fundraising drives going on at the moment. We have one for the OJLDF, which is a general one. We have one for the appeal, the Paul Buchanan appeal. And remember, people, it's not about politics, it's about principle. It's about good governance, it's about the rule of law, and it's about the sanctity of the election process. You cannot have an election where there is a cloud of taint, and then you can point to your basis for that taint, and then we allow it to just go. We can't do that. So it doesn't matter to me whether it was Paul Buchanan, John Buchanan, John Brown. It doesn't matter. Fact of the matter is that an allegation was made, and it was made to the right authority, the constituted authority. And they should have just looked at the affidavit and forward them on to the election court. And they didn't do that. Instead, they assessed the evidence. And that's clearly within the province of the election court. And we believe it was wrong. We believe it was against the law. And we believe that it will be overturned on appeal. So, as you're aware, Mr. Buchanan went for judicial review and it was denied. So now he's appealing. And because we believe so strongly in the principles I just mentioned, that we're collecting at least $100 from each of you. When I say we're collecting $100, it's suggested. Some of you are going through very difficult times. And write that down for me, OT. Oh, you're telling him to text you there. Oh, sorry. And you're going through some very difficult times. And so, you know, it will be difficult for you. That's fine. At least offer us your prayers. We'll take that. If you can put $10, we'll take that. If you can put $200, we'll take that. But we believe that this is a fight worth fighting. You know, they say you have to pick your battles and cut your losses. All right. Enough said on that. And the third one has to do with Melissa relief. We're involved with 2 containers that one of them just arrived in Jamaica. The second one, I have to check on it. And these containers, we're looking to take the provisions and give them to communities that have not felt the kindness, the generosity of anyone. There are communities that they've gotten very little or nothing. And so we're trying to reach out to those people, let them know that we care and we recognize them. So those are the 3 fundraising events that we have going on right now. And big up yourself, my brethren. You know me I talk. Mr. Jump himself, who called me and said, listen, I want to make a contribution, you know. And the man did not hesitate. And big up to all of you who have made contributions already. Let me say that again. Some of you have actually made contributions without any fanfare. You've made the contributions, and we want to thank you. And Mr. Jump, want to thank you again, my brethren, for calling and say, listen, I want to make a contribution. Just tell me where to send it, and that's it. And he also made a pledge to support the other 2 funding streams, assistance streams that he did not support this time. But he said, look, I'm going to pick one right now, and over the next few weeks, I will put a little to the other 2. Brethren, blessings, blessings, blessings. So, and if you can't give anything, blessings same way, because we know that in your heart, if you could, you would. And all we ask, if you cannot give anything, just say a word of prayer for us, so that we may be strengthened and encouraged and influenced to continue the journey. And if you're not there with us in person, at least you're there with us. You're there with us. The energy is there with us. So thank you. Yes, OT put them up on the screen right there. No, we have so many things to do, and I don't want to stay till midnight. One of the things that we have to do is actually a do-over, and it's the incident between nationwide and jump, because we did the story last week, Wednesday. We touched on it on Saturday, and I must apologize. I didn't have the sequence in the right man. I didn't have the sequence, and so some of the comments I was kind of restrained from saying certain things because I wasn't sure about the sequence of events. But now I am 100% sure. Is there, Elaine Turner, is there a deadline on the appeal donation? No, we don't have a deadline, but if you can get, as soon as you can get it in, it's fine. It's fine. Again, Elaine, we know that some people can afford it, and we're saying if you can afford it, more power. If you cannot afford it, but you think you might be able to afford it a week from now, 2 weeks from now, we feel the same way about you. And if you can't afford it, we feel the same way about you. You know, we'll take anything from a prayer to whatever you can afford. But the suggested amount is $100. So there you go. But getting back to the nationwide thing and jump, yeah, the sequence. I got the sequence. I didn't get it correct. So tonight we're gonna go back over it. Some of you have seen the clips already, but there's a commentary that I should have made and that I will make tonight because of the sequence of events. So that's where we are. And Merle asked about the waste, medical waste. She had asked about it. And I think we have a video up here regarding that. And then another thing is that the information provided by the government concerning Melissa relief, I don't think it was properly explained, because and the reason I say that is because I've been getting complaints from people who said that they've been to Jamaica, they ship stuff to Jamaica, and then when they go on to get their items, their shipment, they're being charged all kinds of tariffs and taxes. One lady will be on tonight. I did look at her bill, and GCT was not charged, but there were some other charges, some administrative charges, and she's of the opinion that she was misled because she was given the understanding that everything would be free until December 31st. OT, refresh to excellence. Can we send money order? Whatever you send, just identify what exactly you're sending the money for. So if you're sending it for just a general donation to OJLDF or upkeep or maintenance, whatever, then that's fine. Just put OJLDF. If you're sending it for the appeal, just put appeal. And if you're sending it for Melissa, just write Melissa. So it's going to be OJLDF, Melissa, or appeal. Or if you want to send 3 money orders, 1 for each, then that's fine. That's fine. But if you're going to send, it doesn't matter what you're sending. Just indicate on the document. Whether it's Zelle, you indicate on the portal, or if it's a check or a money order, then you just indicate on the piece of paper why or where the money should go. And that helps us to keep track of everything that's coming in and where the money should go. Cheryl Allen, big up yourself. Likewise to you and your family. Thanks for joining us. Let me start out with this clip. Last night I was on Mystic, and I suggest to all of you, if you get a chance or make the time to watch that show, because okay, refresh to excellence, I see it, appeal, okay, because Mystic is, I want to say Mystic, I'm talking about Lady Anne Marie and Lord Byron, dynamic duo. And they also have on Melting Pot on the show as well. And what they do is they don't get on and just talk about a headline. do actual research into the subject matter. And they have my utmost respect. I like doing that show. No. Correction. I love doing that show. And then last night he was talking about Singapore and how Singapore deals with corruption, public corruption. And that he did a piece last night where he talked about a public official. I think it's 28 lashes in and 28 lashes after the sentence. And I'd like to look at Singapore from a different angle now, from the angle of prevention. Because last night, what Mystic did, he was looking at it from the perspective that punishment, that you commit it, and this is what's going to happen to you. I want to do it I want to play this video and look at it from the perspective of prevention, of ways that they went about, Singapore that is, to prevent public corruption. And when I say prevent it, I actually mean to control it, because people are people. And if you give them the opportunity and they assess it and think they'll get away with it, they will do it. They will do it. Yes, Ubuntu for real. Yeah, melting pot is a fireball. When him come, And like I said, that program, I highly recommend it. I recommend all the programs, but this particular one, I highly recommend it because, they put the work in. You can tell that they do their research. All right. Merlin Fit. Mr. Rattigan, I sent my check, did not write appeal on check-in, so I sent a note with check saying from SW Canada. That's fine, Merlin. OT, please coordinate with producer Joan on that. Thanks. All right, here we go. First video.
The source of Singapore is clearly visible. It can be shared with the rest of the world. I will give you free of charge the secret source of Singapore. I decided to use the acronym MPH. M stands for meritocracy. That's clearly one of Singapore's biggest strengths because in most countries, sadly, when they're selecting the leaders, they want to make sure that the money stays in the family. But in Singapore, we've been ruthless in carrying out a policy that ensures that we select the best person and not the person who's related to the Prime Minister or the President or anything else. P stands for pragmatism. The person who explained pragmatism to me the best was Dr. Goh Keng Swee. No matter what problem Singapore encounters, somebody somewhere has encountered that problem. So why don't we go and learn? So his attitude was, why are we reinventing the wheel? Singapore has succeeded by being a copycat nation. Why don't you become a copycat nation and learn from others? But the hardest part of the formula is H, which stands for honesty. By an incredible accident of history, not only did we have three brilliant founding fathers, Lee Kuan Yew, Goh Keng Swee, Rajaratnam, we also had three incredibly honest, incorruptible leaders. If you can ensure that your leaders are honest and incorruptible, then your chances of success are much, much greater. And that's how Singapore became so successful.
Yeah. Hear that? Meritocracy, pragmatism, and honesty. Meritocracy. Let's look at Jamaica. Meritocracy. Would you say that Minister Williams, Favour Williams, that she's the best person for that job? Would you say that she was the best person for the Ministry of Education job? Would you say that she was the best Minister of Energy? Would you say that? Around here we call it fitting square pegs in, trying to fit square pegs in round holes. And then you look at Minister Tufton, you look at Minister Chang, and you just go down the list. Meritocracy? No. They don't put the best people in the position. No, no. Pragmatism, where you look across the world and you see what's working, what's not working, and you see if you can fit it into the Jamaican experience. You don't have to copy. You don't have to copy things wholesale. You can copy the idea, and then you bring it to Jamaica and then say, okay, how can we tinker with this? How can we shoehorn this into Jamaica, so that it will work? Because sometimes, an idea might work someplace else, might not work in Jamaica, but if you apply yourself to it, if you start trimming the edges, you can make it work. Some things will never work, agreed. And some things will just work. And then some things you will have to work to make them work. We don't do that in Jamaica. What we do is we copy things wholesale. We bring things in that just won't work. They just won't work. How many ideas have you seen brought to Jamaica and the implementation was just a dismal failure? How many times have you seen that? Many, many, many times. Devon Cooper said, how far Mr. Buchanan case reached? It's they filed, if you recall, the constituted authority turned him down, so he went to the Supreme Court to ask for judicial review, meaning to ask that court to review the matter and then grant them authority or permission to file for a complete hearing. And they did that, and the judge said no. So now it's in the appeal stage. So they've gone back to the Supreme Court on appeal, and if to get a date on appeal, to get a date to go to the Court of Appeal, and then that's it, and we'll go from there. Yeah, pragmatism, the copycat thing. Yeah, we just no. And the last one, honesty. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, you know that dishonesty is the order of the day. You know that. And it's almost as if the scale has been tilted in the direction of dishonesty. So much so that I believe if you have a politician who's really determined to make things happen for the people and is above board, is honest, person is swimming against the tide. That person is going to be swimming against the tide, because a lot of people in the parliament, a lot of politicians, they can't keep their hands off the money. They cannot. They have to be involved. And there are many examples in there. And he mentioned incorruptibility. How many people would honestly say that the prime minister is incorruptible? How many people would say that the minister of health incorruptible? How many people would say minister of national security incorruptible? I don't know. I don't know how many people would say that. I don't. Because we, time and time again, we see examples of corruption, and we hear talk about anti-corruption, but the talk doesn't match the walk. And so it begs the question, are we serious about curbing corruption, or is it just lip service? And if it's just lip service, we need to go beyond the recognition of lip service and say, what can we as a people do? What can we as a people do? It's not enough for us to recognize that there's a problem, discuss the problem, and not take some action to alleviate the situation. We have to do something. Whether it's protesting, whether it's writing, whatever it is, we just cannot sit back and allow it to continue, because once you do that, the politicians will never say what I'm doing is wrong. And so my conscience tells me to stop. That will only work if the person has a conscience. And you have to understand that some of these people, they have no conscience whatsoever. They simply do not care about you. They don't. And so I want us to start thinking for the rest of the year, because we have to do something next year. We have to do something. Just start thinking so that when you come back to class next year, we can start sharing ideas, discussing ideas, refining ideas into action. Oh, Elaine, you said vase stealing is outright disgrace. We have something we want to show too. We just want to ask the question, who owns this place? We don't know. Just going to ask. Don said, incorruptible, too nice for them. It is like them a thief, sticky fingers. Well, we can say they're also liars. Can also say that. And like my mother used to tell me, she said, Junior, every liar is a thief. Don't tell lie. It's okay. All right, mama. Question is, how do you ensure that your politicians will not be corrupted or won't be corruptible? How do you do that? And that's where Mystic went last night. Mystic was saying, once you find them, give them lashes, send them to prison, take away their things, because then it will send a strong signal to those who would be influenced to go in that direction, to refrain. So that's where we are. Oh, Oti, please move that for me. Let me see. No. And you see, because we don't take action, what happens is that they look at us this way.
Oh my God. And they're stupid. They're dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid.
One more time.
They're dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid.
They're dunce, they're dark, and they're stupid. We teach people how to treat us. And this is where we are. We have taught them to say those things. We have said it's okay. You can describe us using any derogatory term you want. It's fine. And they do not hesitate to do so. You teach people how to treat you. When you stand up on the side of right and justice, people respect you. They may not like you, but they have no choice but to respect you. And I can tell you that there are several people who are doing the very thing I'm doing right now. And they're respected. They're not liked. I know for one that I'm not liked by certain people. But that's okay. Because I'm going to continue to stand and deliver. And like my brethren Teagle said, their feelings, their dislike for me, their perception of me, their description of me is just a feeling. They'll get over it. That's how we operate around here. That whatever you think of us, and I'm talking about negatively, that it's a feeling. It's affecting you. You'll get over it, man. With time, you'll get over it. But that's not our problem. That's your problem. Please remind everyone about the Magnitsky brown eyes. Okay, let me write that down. And you know, brown eyes, I have to say something about that. Let me just digress. Magnitsky, right? Corruption is everyone's problem. And then when you ask people to say, sign this thing so that we have a sizable force to go along with the document, people don't sign. People, they say, yes, it's a good idea. And they say, okay, support it. How do I support it? By signing. No. No. And then you tell me, some of the same people tell me, yeah, Paul Bogle, and we come from the roots of Nanian, Kojon, Takian, Marcus Mozayan. Them tell the whole history of the resistance of Jamaican people, the struggles of Jamaican people, the triumph of Jamaican people over adversity. And then when you say, okay, just put in your hand, nope. You can take these folks to the water, but you can't force them to drink. Now, I'll admit that some people had difficulty signing on. But if you recall, producer Joan came on the program and she explained the process. And it wasn't that difficult. And then she did a tutorial. And the tutorial is on our website. And we've invited one and all to visit the website, try out the tutorial. If it works, fine. If it doesn't work, then you let us know so that we can go in and tweak whatever it is we need to tweak. But it won't stop us. We're going to continue. Because sometimes, many times when you're teaching, you have to, part of teaching is reinforcement. You have to do the same thing more than once, so that it's seared in the minds of those that you're trying to instruct. Janet Monde, big up yourself. Thank you. And by the way, people, if you put something in the chat and you have big me up and I don't call any name, please don't hold it against me. It's simply because I'm paying attention to about 3 things here, and occasionally I'll glance at the chat. So if I miss you, please forgive me. It's not intentional. And then, oh, you know what? Blame OT, because she's supposed to throw them up on the screen. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, people. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. So that's where we are. No. What I'd like to do is, there's a big development, huge development on this Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. We're going to go into it in a comprehensive way this Saturday, but I'm going to bring you to a certain point so that you can understand that when we say the government is involved and the government should not be involved, we mean it. You would think that people would understand and agree, because there's nothing to disagree about. The Jamaican government should not be running the diaspora organization. It's that simple. If you want to run it properly, then the government cannot be involved in it. And when I say cannot be involved, they cannot be involved in the governance of it, the day-to-day activities. They cannot be. You can have them at the table as observer. Or you may say, we don't want them at the table, because guess what? When they have their meetings in Kingston about what's going on in the diaspora, how things should happen, you are not invited to that meeting. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If we say, well, we don't want the government to be a part of our meeting, but we can coordinate, we can collaborate, we can engage with the government, That's fine. And that's how most diaspora organizations work. But this one is different. In fact, I did a little research. And you know what I found out? A lot of the diaspora organizations that are controlled by foreign governments, they're usually dictatorships. And you know what as examples, what I saw? China. And when I say dictatorships, even if they're not a dictator in the truest sense of the word, they're dictators in the way the country is organized in terms of certain freedoms. But they listed China, they listed Russia, I think they listed Russia. Was it North Korea? They listed countries that you wouldn't say are democratic. That's what they listed. And they said, because this is the way that they control what's going on overseas. They control the narrative. They make sure that people spy on each other and report what's going on. And LW, we need to look seriously at that corruption culture. We need to look at that, but you know who need to look at that more so than us? The government. They're the ones with the fancy speeches. They're the ones with the law. And if not the government, you know who? Civil society. Civil society has a sizable presence in Jamaica. And then when you look at the output, most of them silent. Most of them are silent. You have an advocates network, you have a JAMP, and to some degree, NIA. Those are the ones that you hear about, you know, the ones that would put things out and they would make the public aware of what's going on. But for the most part, civil society is silent. They should be called a silent society. Silent society. And I'm going to show you how one man, see, every idea starts in the mind of one person. Man or woman, starts in the mind of one person. And then how that person conveys that idea will determine whether the idea will gather momentum, whether people will subscribe to it and say, this is a good idea. We can sign on to this. But one person can make a difference. One person can make a difference. And we'll show you how the Jamaican government and its subsidiaries, how one person has caused them to change all kinds of rules. When heretofore, prior, years ago, they would never think of doing this. You know why? Because people didn't raise objections. Or if they did it quietly. They did it quietly. They didn't come out and do what some of us are doing. So, OT, please move this one for me. So, let me just quickly make the correction regarding JAMP and Nationwide. And then we'll move on to some other stories. This one, the one I just played. All right. So what I'll do now is everything is here. The Singapore one. Let me just wait for OT to move this before, because I need the space. right, hold on a second. Oh, sorry. All right. Sorry about that, OT. My mistake. Let me go to this one. We're going to show you, and most of you have seen it twice. Bear with us. This is the third time. But as I said in my opening remarks, there's I got the sequence mixed up. And so what I'd like to do is I want to make the correction. In the interest of being honest, fair, and correct. Zolita said, Ratty, they'll also say you are confrontational troublemaker when you stand up for justice. Yeah, Zolita, they will say that, and you know what? Box it off on my shoulder. No mean anything to me. Because you see, once you have the conviction that what you're doing is right, and once you have the support that you need, you don't worry about the naysayers, because guess what? They will always be there. They've been there from time immemorial. The evildoers and the naysayers will always be with us. Your job is to make sure that they don't become impediments to achieving your goal. So that's why I love to say I don't have side mirrors and I don't have rear view. I don't have side mirrors or a rear view mirror. What do I have? A windshield. I'm going straight ahead. I'm going straight ahead. And every now and again when they say something, you kind of just put something out there to just say. Like the thing we're going to show about how they say, they indicated that we are promoting and influencing people to say things about harming the Prime Minister. And that's not true. That's simply incorrect. So we'll get to it. All right, bear with me. We're talking now about the 3 trillion thing with Jeanette Calder and Nationwide. And then there's something I want to show you where I messed up. So, and then we'll get through it. Here we go. I'm going to dig through this information. And I'm going to dig through it, and I'm going to figure out what the hell's going on. And Jeanette, what you said to me, which was, you know, I remembered it, but I really didn't think about it. What you said, well, this $3 trillion that we're talking about, it did not happen overnight. There were signs about this thing going as far back as January. Could you please explain that to the public for me?
Sure. I mean, when it came out in January, it also wasn't a shock for me because I've been reading Auditor General's report. Before JAM started, I read 41 reports. And that is what inspired me to start, because I saw the quality of work. I saw the tenacity. I saw that regardless of the fact that Parliament and media and people not paying attention to them, this office just kept on doing the work for us. So in January, when the Gleaner, Edmund Campbell, excellent parliamentary reporter, came out and said, I think on the 21st of January, there is a $1 trillion crisis. I smiled. I said, boy, this crisis has been going on forever. But it was very good that the Gleaner was now bringing it to light. If I can just give you an example, Ministry of Education. There's a situation that even though the Ministry of Education has not given to the Auditor General by law their accounts for the last 9 years, that represents $902 billion that we don't really know how a cent has been spent. The Auditor General still goes in regardless of the fact that they're not giving her their financials, and she audits them. She audits programs and she audits projects. One of the projects or programs that she audits is the early childhood. Everybody here know that that is how we're going to fix education, investing in early childhood. And I should say this. When you think about our budget, I'm just interrupting myself for a very important second to say, when you think of our budget, folks, that $1.3 trillion, after we pay our debt, just like our parents teach us, when you get your pay, you pay your debt first, all the way you owe people. and then you rent, and then you figure out the rest. We pay our debt first. Which sector do you think gets the largest share of the budget after we pay our debt? It's
Education.
education. And I'm sure every Jamaican listening would have said, Jeanette, that should be the place, because that's how we're going to develop people's lives and this country. So education gets a whopping amount of money. And we're not getting a cent for the last 9 years in terms of reports. But the AG doesn't stop there. She goes into the projects and she audits them. Early Childhood Commission. I have looked back as far as 10 years, and almost every single year without fail, there's an audit finding that says this project is overpaying people. Why? They leave, nobody makes a note of it, but they continue to pay the people that have left. Now, Will, you tell me. You make that mistake 1 year. You say, all right, come on, let's be fair, guys. People make mistakes. I make mistakes. You might even say you make it 2 years because maybe you never even hear said the Auditor General did flag it. But from 2015 till now, I think it might be about 6 times or more that the Auditor General is saying the number is increasing. The number is increasing. You have to go find these people and get back the taxpayers' money. After 1 year, 2 years, you set yourself mistake. But after that, folks, come on, man. What can go so? So I am just see you laughing, Will. So I'm just saying that I sent to Will because I wanted him to see examples and upon examples that though the Auditor General is not getting the financial, there are some hair-raising things that she's finding out every year within the Ministry of Education, the same Ministry of Health, the same Ministry of Labor and Social Security. That would shock everybody that is listening to me tonight. Shock you. You wouldn't believe that this could happen once, but the things that happen over and over and over again, it's just gross mismanagement. I call it a betrayal of the people. That's what it is.
Well, you know, I read through it last night, and you know what happened? When as I was reading, I started highlighting things. After a while, my head started hurt me.
It must.
It started hurt me. I'm just put on the highlighter and just start the stuff on
man. It's madness, Will. You want me to show a few of them with the folks, Will?
Well, I have it right here. I have it right here. Say no more. Here it is right here. Just tell me which page you want me going on. We'll start with that.
Well,
that's the 3 trillion, right? That's all.
Yeah.
See, right? That's all.
Yeah, and you will notice that and that surprised me, that the Parliament and the Office of the Prime Minister is now on that list.
It is Office of the Prime Minister right here.
$12 billion over the last 3 years, unaccounted for. That can't work, Jamaica. Yeah. The police is there to enforce the law. 152 billion over 3 years. I want to point out for the Jamaicans listening, all of us who, if we have small businesses and we don't follow the law, we don't respect the tax laws, there are some serious penalties and sanctions for you. If you don't respect the Companies Act and file your reports every year, there are some serious laws coming at you. Isaac can tell me if I'm wrong, but if you have a legislation and you have a requirement under these laws, the public officials, just like our private businesses, and you fail to adhere to these requirements, there are offenses under this legislation. I am supposed to be able to say you have committed a crime. If the law says after the financial year ends, 4 months after that, you must report to the Auditor General and the Parliament of Jamaica in terms of what has happened with taxpayers' funds, and you fail to do that, it's an offense under the law. I'm very comfortable saying there are some crimes that are being committed. And I don't know about the rest of Jamaica, but the other day I was driving, and I have to give enough respect to this policeman, guys. I driving down the road, my phone is on that magnetic thing on the car dashboard, and some thing make me pick up that phone. This guy, this policeman saw me like an eagle a mile away. And I tell you, the Jamaican government understands accountability. I'm so impressed. I got a ticket for $10,000. And right there on the ticket, the government is already telling me, Miss Calder, we're penalizing you to $10,000. And if you don't pay this in 3 weeks, I already know on that ticket say what, guys? Semi court date there. Already, you know, everything just line up. And it already tell me, if you miss that. So I ended up in court because I forgot it. And I've had a friend who police show up at his gate already and draw him to Manchester because he never paid a traffic ticket. So don't tell me the government don't understand accountability. When you and I commit an offense under the law, it's very clear what needs to be done. The vast majority of everything here that the Auditor General documents every year are offenses under the law. And there's a long list of people in government that when you ask, how is this happening? You have an internal auditor. You don't have to wait on the Auditor General. We pay internal auditors. You have a director of finance. You have a permanent secretary. I don't know if you know this, but there's a board of permanent secretaries and they meet. Who chairs that board? The cabinet secretary. That's the highest ranking public official in the land. You think he would pick this up and say to them, hold on the pace. I see the Auditor General say, you no give no report for 5 years. Hold on a minute. Nothing there. The Ministry of Finance has a special role. Nothing there. The parliamentarians ultimately get this. And don't blame it on government. Who is sitting in the parliament? You should be hearing this from the opposition. You shouldn't be hearing this from civil society, you know, guys. So Will, it's the whole ladder. It's the entire ladder from top to bottom that I think this has really been gross neglect and disrespect to the people of this country.
And you're talking about both.
Greetings and salutation.
Yes,
Thank you, my dear.
Go ahead.
Man, thank you for having me on, and I'm glad to be in this space. And I was listening to Miss Calder sound the alarm that she has been sounding for a very long time, and nobody seems to care. But and good evening to all the listeners, the viewers, the subscribers. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Kwanzaa, and all the blessings of God be upon you and your families through this season. Okay. Now, yes, I was listening to Ms. Calder talk about, this same $3 trillion that isn't accounted for. And then she said, 12 million in the last 3 years in the office of the Prime Minister. And I'm thinking, yeah, this Prime Minister, it's not a previous Prime Minister. And he's ready, he's so quick to call out other administrations, but he's not calling out himself. But an interesting news piece this evening on RJR had to do with the Minister of Health. I don't know if anybody heard it when he was addressing the medical waste that is piling up. But I'm just going to paraphrase. And he's basically, bear in mind, he has been the Minister of Health for the past 10 years and counting. And he's saying that they don't have, they lack the competence and the technology to deal with the situation as it is right now. So if your producer can find it and play that, it's from the news this evening on RJR. And I'm thinking to myself, that is the problem that we're having in the government. It's a government of incompetent people. And it's not that the country itself lack people with competence. It's that they're not in the government. And that is why you can have a situation where monies go to these ministries, monies are appropriated for these ministries, not accounted for, and it just goes in, it just rolls 1 year into the next and 1 year into the next, and all the Auditor General does is she does her work diligently, her office, they do their work diligently, put out the reports, we see the reports, everybody is surprised and everybody clutch their pearls, and then 9 days later we move on to the next one until next year another report comes out saying the same thing and it is more money. So it is just a cycle, and there's nobody standing in the gap or coming out to say, hold up a second here, where are the investigations? Who is being held accountable? So it's like nobody cares. And the people in public office are just using taxpayers' money as their personal ATM. Because if you're not willing to give an account to the people, you're one, sure that you have no respect for them. And two, you're basically saying, if I have no respect for you, then I'm not going to do anything to hold my own administration accountable or to bring forth any accountability from any agency or any officer of an agency so that there can be an accounting and some substantial accounting of how monies are spent. And so the Jamaican people can feel better that you have a government that really cares. Because at the end of the day, a government must be transparent, must believe in good governance structures, and must also be accountable, not to themselves, but to the very people that they walk barefoot in dirty water and beg them for their votes. When they get the job, they don't care. And this is the problem. You can see that there's money being unaccounted for because there's medical waste that is piling up. What has been done over the past 10 years to make sure that is not a problem? And with medical waste piling up, remember now there's an outbreak of leptospirosis, So can you imagine how this is going to compound the situation even more? And we all know what medical waste is. But just to tie that into what Ms. Calder was saying, this happens because of a lack of accountability. And it has been happening for too long, and it is high time that something is done about it. They need to be serious about their jobs.
Yes, couldn't agree with you more, sis, and welcome again. The medical waste, and we're going to go to the nationwide response to Jeanette Calder, but the medical waste, if you recall, people, brothers and sisters, family members, if you recall, it was months ago that I sent an ATI asking them where are they, how are they disposing medical waste? Because it came to us that they were burying the medical waste across the island. And we asked them, it's been months. I remember some of you who tuned in on Saturday, you got that, and I hope you got the question right when we ask, how long does it take for the government to respond to an ATI request? It's 30 days. And it's been months now I asked, and they haven't responded. But, I don't want to pressure them now because you're going to hear, oh, Melissa, everybody's using Melissa as an excuse right now. So
Yes.
Beginning of the year, and then I'm going to go to the tribunal, and it's a long list. You know who else owes me? Ministry of National Security. Because I have information indicating that the numbers they're giving to the public the numbers are incorrect. The numbers are incorrect. A report has been done based on my request. It's been sitting at the High Command for months for them to sign off and just send it to me. And I've been asking, and all I've heard is that, look, the report was done, it was sent up there, and we don't know what's going on. Because that report is going to expose the fallacy that murder is actually going down. That report is going to show it, right? Because I have the inside. I have the insights and I have the inside track. I know this. And they don't want to share that information with me. But, all right, we'll get back to that. Let me just show you now, sis. This is Jeanette Calder. That was Jeanette Calder talking about the 3 trillion. What happened is, and I'm trying to put the sequence because I made a mistake. I broadcasted this and I failed to put everything in order. So I'm doing it tonight. So that's the first video. The second one is Jeanette Calder now calling Nationwide Radio, speaking to Cliff Hughes because she received information that a caller engaged Cliff Hughes and the 3 trillion thing came up and some things were said. So she's calling to straighten the record. So I want you to listen to this. Let me hear with me.
Exploring accountability in post-hurricane recovery and the importance of transparency.
It's all the way down here.
That I want to touch on with you, but what I'm saying is that there are so many examples of how other countries have quickly got people.
Okay. Okay, I think it's right here. Yeah, it's right here.
But I only discovered it last week. That's why I reached out.
Okay.
That people understand what these words are. And I believe that there has been a disconnect certainly with the people who listen to your program. And you raised the matter on the 10th of November, and I only discovered it last week. That's why I reached out to Nora. So I wanted to talk to you about the issue of the word accounting for or to account to. Because we want, I think you'd agree with me that, civil society and media is here to educate, inform, and to help people to understand issues and things, or even words that are not in their usual lexicon. So I wanted to talk to you about your understanding and my understanding and what I believe is the understanding of the word to account for something, because that's what we've been talking about here already. Mm-hmm. So on the 10th of November, you had a caller who shared with you. He said his name was Junior, and he shared with you about his...
Hold on for me. Let me just clear the commercial break. Yes, Jeanette, you were saying on the 10th of November.
Right. There was a caller who called in. He identified himself as Junior, and he was sharing with you his experience of a visit to Westmoreland. And he was really pretty emotional about... I remember him saying to you, Cliff, me a big man, I'm in a bar, but still, he went down there and he was terribly impacted by it. And he was complaining about the slow response of the government in getting the electrical poles up. And you were rightly correcting him, reminding him of the role of the JPS versus the government. In the process of your correcting him and helping him to understand it, he pivoted to what I would say was a concern for general slow, in his view, a slow response of the government in general at the time. And he referenced a report about $3 trillion that was unaccounted for. And those were his exact words. You interrupted him right then and there because you were concerned for a statement which you said you needed to, statements like that, and I'm quoting you here, Cliff, you thought he was spouting political propaganda that has been proven to not be so, and you felt that it was a lie and a disinformation that was causing toxicity, which you said you needed to deny, to dismiss, and to counter it, because what he was saying was not helpful. So you did indicate that he was referring to the report that JAMP had done and statements I had made. But you said about 2 years ago, but Cliff, it was just a year ago. I'm flying, but I want to come and talk to you about it because I think it's an overdue exchange on the matter, but more importantly, I am not interested in looking too much at the past, but I am interested in that when reports begin to come out, whether the Auditor General or anywhere, and somebody says, this person needs to account for X, or this has not been accounted for, this is unaccounted for. We need the people of Jamaica, we need the listeners to really understand what the word means. And I don't believe that they do. And I wanted to share with you that just a look in any dictionary, online or otherwise, the word to account for, and if I drop it in, which I did this morning, it simply means to give a satisfactory record of something. It actually says here typically money that you're responsible for. And Google gives an example. It says, I had to account for every penny I spent.
Yeah.
It gives one other example. It says it also to provide or serve as a satisfactory explanation for something. And the example it gave here was he was brought before the board to account for his behavior. When we had the match the other day, Cliff, if I had said to you the World Cup qualifying match accounted for the delays in the traffic flow, it means that it explains it. Yeah? If somebody said the death of his mother affected his performance on the field, it accounted for his poor performance. So the word accounted for simply means to give a satisfactory record of something, an explanation.
But in Jamaica,
yes.
In Jamaica.
Hold on, Cliff, before we want to in Jamaica, because I want to say, or maybe I should let you, but in Jamaica, we speak English. One, in Jamaica, we have an Auditor General that provided reports over the last, many decades, long before we even became independent. And JAMP has been looking at these reports. I have been personally looking at them from when I was in government. But as an organization, we did some research where our source was an Auditor General. where the term unaccounted for and account for is used all the time. So in Jamaica, an official report from government utilizes a word, and I've even brought examples from those reports if it would help. So in Jamaica, where that research took place, in the reports that we looked at, that is not a strange word, not in an auditing, not in an accountant, and not even in regular use. But in Jamaica, last year this time, JAMP made a...
Right. So what happened is, let me move this. All right. So what happened in that conversation, and I don't have all of it, but they came to some agreement about the term unaccounted for, because what Jeanette was saying, that it didn't mean, and it doesn't mean stolen. It means that you're not giving a satisfactory response to what you're supposed to do. For example, she was saying they're supposed to provide paperwork showing how the money was spent. And she said they received the funding, but there was no paperwork. They didn't give a satisfactory response to where is the money or how was the money spent. They didn't. So she's saying, I'm not saying they stole the money. I'm just saying that they didn't provide information documenting how the money was spent. Right?
Exactly.
So after that, and this is where I messed up, I didn't go to the next event. The next event was this, because based on what I'm hearing, she had they had a cordial discussion, and they agreed that yes, what Jam said was correct. Then this came out. It says Jam admits mistake in saying unaccounted for in reference to 3 trillion in public funds. And from what I'm
that's not true.
That's not true. That's not true. So then this happened. Jam put this thing out and said, so what is the real issue? $3 trillion worth of financial reports are outstanding. Said this means for years our public financial laws were broken, and when our taxes are not accountable for, the Auditor General cannot assure us whether the money, whether they government spent the right amount. 1, 2, whether the money was spent on the right thing. 3, whether spending laws were followed. And 4, whether Jamaicans got value for money. And she said this makes fraud and corruption easier and more attractive.
Exactly.
And then what they did, Jam took it one step further. They said, listen, we in Jeanette's discussion with Mr. Hughes, at no point did she give him the indication or said to him that Jam made a mistake when it used the word unaccounted for, that there was a problem there. Because if you go back, you'll see this. It says Jam admits mistake. And what Jeanette is saying, Jam didn't admit to any mistake. Jam explained the confusion, but didn't admit to any mistake. So what Jam did, they said, all right, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this. And that's how they put up this reward. And they said, we will pay 250,000 Jamaican dollars to any Jamaican citizen. Whether, I don't know why it's limited to Jamaican citizen, though. It should be to anyone, because maybe a foreigner can't find it. But anyway, she said, any Jamaican citizen at home or in the diaspora who can find in the Cliff Hughes online December 2nd, 2025 interview with where Jam admitted to making a mistake. Listen to it carefully. Where Jam admitted to making a mistake in saying 3 trillion was unaccounted for. And what Jam did was they put the code right here where you can actually go to the interview. I think it's a full interview, and then you can listen to the whole thing. And they're challenging not only nationwide, but Jamaicans across the globe, saying, if you can find where Jam said that it made a mistake in saying 3 trillion was unaccounted for, Jam will pay you 250,000 Jamaican dollars on the spot. People, it's Christmas time, it's holiday time, it's New Year, whatever. When you want some money, please go ahead and deal with that, right? And you can get some money. Jam says they assured me that the money is there waiting to be collected if you can prove this. So the whole point of this is, why would Nationwide go out and publish something like that if it didn't happen? Why? And so Jam said, we're not going to let this go. What we're going to do is we're going to put out a reward because we didn't say it. And now I think this has put the ball back in Nationwide's court because now
Nationwide's court.
Because if she did, then the first people should be people over at Nationwide.
Exactly. Exactly.
250,000. So, Jeanette, I thank you for taking this step. And we need more people in civil society to do things like this. When you're called out and you know that you didn't do something, then you say, fine. You know what? You say to the other side, put up or shut up. So we'll wait to see what Nationwide is going to do. But for right now, people, the challenge is anyone, including Nationwide personnel, Jamaican, across the globe, if you can find where Jam said that Jam said that it made a mistake in saying 3 trillion was unaccounted for, $250,000 cold cash is waiting for you. I wish I could have found it because I have some relatives in Jamaica who could have done well with the 250, but I couldn't find it.
And no one should waste their breath trying to find it because they're going to die trying to find it, okay? Because she did not say that. But, this is the thing, they are trying to change the story to suit their narrative. So they're entitled to their own opinion about what she said, but not their own facts. And the facts bears out what she's saying. And what they're so busy listening, but they're not listening to learn, They're listening to answer her. So in doing so, they're missing out on the substantive issue that has been brought to the fore. Has that money, since her report, has it been accounted for? Has the Auditor General put out a new report now saying that, okay, these monies in the Ministries of Health, Education, Office of the Prime Minister, have these monies now been accounted for? We are yet to see if it has been put out. It was done privately because it's not in the public space. So clearly it has not been done. So it means that the money is still unaccounted for. And it is a fact that Jamaica has a serious corruption problem. It is corruption that is eating the economy alive. The amount, like somebody put earlier about the $100 billion that is lost yearly to corruption in Jamaica. Just put that into context in the terms of fixing hospitals, fixing schools, money for infrastructure, and forget that, and not to mention that they're underspending their capital budget, which is used for infrastructure. And so when you look at the whole picture, what kind of government is in place in Jamaica, really? Mm-hmm. And that is the question, because there seems to be accountability only below the people, for the people who are in a certain category. Right. But those above that category, there is no accountability for them, because you would think that Andrew speaks so he waxes poetic about accountability, and he spoke glowingly of the Integrity Commission. That is before they started to investigate him and put his business out there and take his business and make highway moonshine. And after that, no, nothing is happening. He doesn't wax poetic about them anymore, But he talks about accountability, even with the Melissa relief. He's talking about we have to be accountable. And yeah. Can you start with yourself? Start with the man in the mirror. Let's see some accountability from you. Let's see some accountability from Xavier Main, who is the Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance. And he's under investigation, and there are so many others that are in this situation. And if the proof of the pudding is in the eating. If you want proof that monies are unaccounted for from these ministries, I suggest that people go to the hospitals, go into the schools, drive on the roads, and look at the infrastructure and see whether or not what she's saying is true. If you come back and you can say that the hospitals are operating, at their best, operating theaters are working, they have air-conditioned units, persons go to the hospitals and they're seen in a timely fashion, the medical staff are being paid properly, go into the schools, look at the houses, and come back and report and say, you know something, it's all a lie because these things are working. They are working. If you can't, then that is proof of what she is saying. And you cannot blame the man in the street for saying the money is stolen because it is spent. It was appropriated, it was spent, but there is no satisfactory accounting of these monies. What is the problem? Why is there any argument about the facts? You cannot argue the facts.
Right. All right, we could leave that right there because right now, people, we're going to be joined by a young lady. Her name is Dell. My mother was affectionately known as Dell, Miss Dell. Her name was Curdell, and we call her Mama Dell, Miss Dell, whatever. So, Miss Dell, already you're good in my book. From him, I call you Dell. But here's why we have on Miss Dell now. We have on Miss Dell because Miss Dell, like most Jamaicans, she has a love and compassion for Jamaica and its people. And so when Melissa hit, she wanted to help. And she packed her barrels and everything saying, yes, I'm going to take my items to Jamaica and help out the people who are in distress. And she did so because she felt compelled to do so. But what also spurred her on to do it was the fact that the government came out and said, we're not going to charge in the GCT, we're going to relax some of these rules, the charges, and so that we can get more things in to help more people. Well, lo and behold, Miss Dell went to Jamaica, shipped down her things, and Miss Dell run upon, as they call it, bureaucratic red tape. And so I won't go any further. I'll just ask Miss Dell to introduce herself first. Let us know who you are. And then you can tell us your story yourself. Miss Dell.
I'm gone street. I'm gone street.
You're muted, Miss Dell. You're muted.
Miss Dell is the reindeer.
No, Miss Dell, you're muted. Your mic is muted.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, sorry about that.
Turn on back the light. Turn on back the light.
Okay. Sorry about that.
All right, go ahead.
Miss Dell, right now I'm in Kingston, Jamaica from New York. And my thing is, I feel that we were misled regarding to the clearance when you go to the wharf for your barrels with the goods and stuff like this that was sent. The price.
Hold on a second, Miss Dell. Take us back to when Melissa started. What prompted you to say, okay, I want to help, and tell us how did you go about helping, and tell us when you shipped the things, what you were told.
Okay.
Okay.
The thing is, I came to Jamaica for one of my grandson mom funeral in September. Right? 27. My grandson turned 18 on the 30th. No mother, no father, no motherless, fatherless. And while I were here trying to sort him out, and think before I go back to New York, Melissa came. So I got stuck here with Melissa and all that. Then while I was there, a grandson of mine got killed in New York, get hit in the head, which is my same grandson here, brother. So when I get that call and everything, his funeral was set for November 8th. So I fly up now the 6th for the funeral for the 8th. And when my girlfriend picked me up at the airport, the whole talking was about the hurricane and the damage that it has done. My brother in Hanover, Chester Castle, is wiped out, him and his family, homeless, being around other people here, there, lost his house, everything behind it. So I decided, I'm gonna ship some stuff. Talking to my co-workers, because I'm a retiree, and then talking to my co-workers regarding the situation, they say, okay, get barrel and thing. Everybody go and put and send and give and, which I started with 1 barrel, I end up with 2, I end up with 4.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, okay, that's what it is. I did the barrels. My girlfriend said I, inspire her so much. She started with 1. She's in Long Island. She started with 1. She ended up with 3. And we ship stuff off. The thing about it is, my barrel, I call them, they came in the 15th of November for my barrel. And I fly back to Jamaica the 17th. I came down, everything went out, and, after 2 weeks, going into the 3rd week of shipping, I called. I heard they were there, but they're not stripped as yet. So I could not pick up. But not even to do the paperwork, they said, no, it have to be stripped first. And then I get a call a couple days after. I could come down. I went down to do this.
Miss Dell, do me a favor. Just lean back, because we're seeing half of your face. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I did all that. And after doing, went to the wharf. It cost me that 14,000 and change for the paperwork. Okay.
Wow.
From there, head down to custom and the rest. One section is 8,000 something. Then I went again, another 3,000 something. And I'm like, so where's the break that we get in? Everywhere you turn, you're paying. If you look on the papers that I sent to you guys, they say all that we've been charged for. And they say all those stuff is a must. That have to be paid. So what the break we really get and where we get the break, how the break comes in. So I feel a lot of people being misled. The government misled a lot of people because a lot of people was at the wharf breaking because they was not prepared for the money that they are telling them they have to pay. They was not prepared for that. They didn't have that kind of money. And then remember, you have to have your transportation.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to pay for the transportation. And everybody else, you have to give something. I'm telling you something, it's not easy. If you don't know where you're going, it's very costly. Because some people had start shipping from, because Montego Bay was down, they start shipping their stuff to Kingston. So the country people have to come into Kingston. I saw one person say he'd been there for about 4 o'clock in the morning coming in from the country because Montego Bay wasn't in progress. So they did everything into Kingston. And a lot of these people traveling, transportation from that distance, they're talking about toll and gas and all of that. And then they're coming into Kingston where they're not familiar with the place there. And anybody you ask a question, you have to give them a change for a cold soda.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And them now want $100. They want a big man soda. And them talk, I'm like, for instance, a friend sent some stuff She's somewhere in Crownites. She sends stuff with Dennis shipping. No, I don't do Dennis shipping, so I'm not familiar with there. So I was asking somebody, where you go about taking out paperwork for Dennis shipping and all of that. And he said, ask the dread over there, sir. I go over there and ask the dread. He said, no, man, spin back, man, goes about, you have to give me something, you know, want a big man soda. So I talk about $100 for give me. He said, no, man, that can't buy a big man soda, man. You have to do better than that. So if you don't know where you're going, everybody you ask a question at the wall, it costs you. And not only that, when you drive your vehicle down there, it's per corn off on the street. Is a band hole in a spot. And when them hold that spot, you have to pay them. They might give the spot for parking up, people look about your barrel. But remember when you come out, you have to pay them for all give that spot. At the government street you talk about now, you know. So when you come and go in these places, it costs you from you enter the area and ask a question, it costing you. It's costing you. And to me, it's misleading the people with the price and the break that you're supposed to get, because I don't see no break I get. I pay almost 30-something thousand for paperwork and custom here and this there and that there. I didn't expect to pay that much, because to me, it doesn't make a difference to the other times when I've been traveling and clearing barrel. I travel twice a year, Independent, Christmas. And I don't see the big difference in the break that I get now from the other times that I've been traveling.
All right, Ms. Dell, let me yes. The question is, what was your impression of the cost for sending relief supplies to help out with Melissa? What did you hear? Who said anything to you? Did you see the Prime Minister on TV? Did you see Commissioner of Customs? Who did you see saying what that led you to believe that, okay, I'm going to get a break by sending these supplies and, you know, food items down to help out the situation?
I see the Prime Minister.
Lean back. You know that song there? Lean back.
Lean back. I see the Prime Minister, because at first they were saying this break was going to be until November, the end of November. And I see come on TV and say they extended to the end of December.
What kind of break did you hear them talk about? What kind of break?
In you getting your stuff, you know, it only costs what it would normally cost. They didn't tell you exactly how they was going to do it or what to expect, but people expect to get some kind of, you know, some kind of discount here and there in doing stuff.
All right.
And then the thing is, it's just food and clothing. You don't have no appliances. Just food and clothing you're talking about. Because we think this is what the people need right now. I wouldn't even bother think about appliances, because there's no light, nowhere. My brother still in Hanover, Chester Castle, don't get light yet.
All right. Hold on a second, Miss Dell. Marie, I have a question for Miss Dell before I switch to the document she's referring to.
No, not really. But okay, yes, let me answer this. Ms. Dell, could it be that you misinterpreted what the Prime Minister was saying? Or could, because maybe they're intended for you to send what your barrels to the government specifically, and then you would not pay these fees. So could it be that you misinterpreted it, not for my purpose, you know, just for other people who are listening and might
You mean
think that
like,
what it is.
if I misinterpret by sending my stuff to the government,
you should have sent it to them. No. I'm saying, could it mean that you misinterpreted it? That the government intended for you to send it to them, through them,
to odd
instead of, and then to odd pay, and then you would not have paid all these fees.
You know what? I don't think that's the point about it. The way about it, to my knowledge, is that if you're sending stuff for the relief, it shouldn't be costing this or that. That's what my knowledge of it was. And if I was going to send my stuff and I had to send it to the government, I wouldn't send anything because the government not issuing what they're supposed to issue to the people. You have more entertainers and other people out there that is doing better than what the government is doing to help.
100%. Yeah. But let me be clear, Miss Dell. It's not that I am questioning whether you should do it, just I'm asking the question for the persons who might think that you are misinterpreting. You understand me? So it's not for my personal sake, but just for anybody who might think that you should have sent it to the government in order to cover that. Because I share your sentiment about not sending things through the government anyway. So
I wouldn't try to send anything through the government. And I'm going to tell you why again. I'm going to tell you why. I came down before, and where I locate, there's a clinic there. And I brought down about 6 wheelchairs, some walker, cane and stuff. And a lot of these stuff that I'm telling you I brought down, is new brand stuff with plastic between a friend of mine, parent that passed away, my mom that passed away, and we have these things and we ship these things down. I go to the clinic and they have 1 wheelchair in the clinic. And I try to offer these wheelchairs to the clinic. And it was around, you have to go to the ministry of this, you have to call this number. And remember, I pay to send them. And hoping I was getting somebody now within that area to give me a paper to clear it at the wharf without having to be paying excessive or anything for that, because I'm donating it to the clinic now. And it was a ring around and a run around with everything that you have to do. Ministry of Health have to give you paper. You have to do this, you have to do that. So guess what? I give it to people that I see that needed it in the community. I didn't have to go through all that. I have no time for that. I give one to a gentleman who needed for his church to help out the people in the church. I give one to a family member who needed it. And I just give to people in the community. One person amputate both legs and they want it. I just give and get rid of them. I don't have to go through all that. I spend my money to send these things and to clear these stuff. Why you have to go through all that?
But you know something, you're giving it that Miss Dell, you know that the person's in need got it. So that was even better for you to have done it that way.
That's my team. And that's why even if the government was thinking I should give them my barrel and they donate it to where? To who? No, I know the people in my area, my brother in Hanover, in washed out and everything. I'd rather take the all 4 barrel down there and issue to the people there around who need this stuff.
Right.
You understand? And it's not only that. On top of that, we came down. We ordered stuff from the wholesale downtown that we didn't have in the barrel, like oils, 2 cases of oil, toothbrush, toothpaste, extra flour, 100-pound flour, 100-pound cornmeal, 100-pound rice, 100-pound sugar. We did all that to add to what we have, to make bags to give out. And the bags, I bought the bags them from New York and threw them into the barrel bottom to pack the stuff in. So come on. This is ridiculous. People is in need, people hungry, people need food, and the amount of thing. Right now, my friend with Dennis shipping, they don't see it in the system. And they send off their stuff from November. And then it's shipping said they don't see nothing in the system as yet. So I rather do my thing and issue my thing, and I know it go to the people that I intended to give it to. And not waiting for the government to give who they feel like give it to. Because a lot of people not getting anything. They still need it. They still need help. They're still not living nowhere. I went to my brother. No water, barely. Light, no light, darkness. They have to be doing some solar stuff. Lucky they can get that around.
Miss Dell, Miss Dell, do you mind if I put up the document that you sent to me to review?
I don't care if you put it up. Because
right.
people might think I'm not
You're
saying
lying.
the right thing, but
Mhm.
if you look on those documents, you could see everything that I paid for.
Mhm.
So you give me permission to put it up then.
Yes,
All right.
yes, you
Here we
could
go.
put it up. You could put it up. Everybody would see all that I paid for.
All
Yeah.
right. So here's it. Now they charge you an agency fee, 2,400.
Right.
Documentation, 1,739.
Uh-huh.
Charge your GCT, which I don't know why they charge you GCT, especially since it's relief stuff. Then
Right.
the stripping, 6,000 and change.
Yes.
Page to put, yes. And then I say containers, a total receipt 14,000, and it's only for paperwork.
And that's only paperwork
Right.
that you have to take up to the custom where the barrels are.
Yeah, my understanding was that they wouldn't charge, they were kind of suspending some fees. I don't know if it's all the fees, but GCT was one that I learned that they were not going to charge people, GCT. Now the question I have to ask,
Yeah, I heard that.
You said that you sent things that people wanted, food and clothing, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, so was that all the stuff in the bars? Because a supporter of ours is asking where are the items part of the approved list, because I guess they had an approved list and say if you send in these things then you pay zero. So, and I'm sure that
all my stuff was food and clothes. I would not send anything else apart from food, clothes, bath soap, toiletries, washing soap, stuff like that. No form of electrical appliances or anything, because there's no light. There's no light in the country for these people. God bless the few people that get in a little light now.
Ms. Dell.
So, yeah.
When you realized that you had to make a payment for all these sums, did you ask, why am I paying all of this money when the government said I could bring my stuff for free? And if you asked that question, what was the response?
The response was,
so you did ask a question.
Practical, it's just practical thing. This is a must, because these are stuff that have to be paid for. And that is what made me confused. If these are all stuff that you have to pay for, where is the break? Where is the break you get? If everything, because if I go back and pull back some of my papers for the last year, for instance, or the year before, I look back on it, you see the same thing. And then papers that you see on this paper now, no different.
Okay.
All right. Who cleared the barrel for you? Did you have a custom broker? Was it the shipper, or did you clear it yourself? Who cleared it?
I cleared it myself. I came down to the wharf. I went to the wharf. I cleared it myself.
And did they ask you, hey, what are these things for? Was this for personal use or for Melissa relief?
I tell them it's for the Melissa victims.
Okay.
I tell, that's what I tell them, is for the relief for the people, the food and all this stuff is for the people,
No.
But
Miss Bell, question. Did anybody say to you then you can go to, give your number to call, or who to say you could get back some of that money? Say go to the odd pen, bring your receipts after the fact so you can get back your money?
No. Nobody. All they care about is they're just doing their job. They're just doing their job. That's what it is. They're just doing their job. But it's the same routine I've been through to clear these barrels, like I've been going through for the past years when I come down and go to the wharf. No different.
Did you ask to speak to a supervisor or anybody, above those, the current, the persons in the front?
No, it didn't make any sense. Supervisors there, everybody's there. They hear people breaking. They hear people breaking, people confused. They want to know.
Wow.
Because a lot of them was not prepared. A lot of people was not prepared. But there's nobody to talk to you. These people, it's all about the job that they're doing.
Ro Washington in the chat said those fees have to be paid. The waivers on custom duties. So apparently what they're saying is that the only thing that they waive is custom duties, but that's not the impression people are getting. Which leads me to this question. How many people, Miss Dell, did you hear complaining about the same thing that you are complaining about?
A lot of people complaining. A lot of people complaining. And they're talking about how much they have to pay, what they was not expecting to pay, you know, because to their knowledge, they supposed to be getting a break. So where the break is, where it coming through. One person was saying, maybe the people who didn't travel and the barrel was sent to them and they have to collect, maybe those people would be the one getting the break. All right, I travel. Normally at the airport, they give you a paper. When you tell them you're clearing, barrel, they give you a paper. The young lady at the custom, they tell me that paper will cover like 3 barrels, you have 4, fine. But then I come to the wall, when I go to Costa, you gave them that, they stamp it to your thing. It's supposed to get like $1,000. This is from get-go now. It used to be 500, it went to 1,000. So they stamp it onto the papers. I went to one window, they took it off from the paper. So why they took that off from the paper? What do I get? If you take off that $1,000, what do I get? The only thing I see that they have a 0 is some custom something if you look on them papers good. But everything else was paid for.
Well, let me just say to Ro Washington that when Ro Washington said those fees have to be paid, the waivers on custom duties, my recollection is that one of the things that you didn't have to pay, one of the things that they relaxed was GCT.
And listen, and that's the killer.
Hold on one second, Miss Dell. Hold on one second. If you look at Miss Dell bill, you'll see. Go back to the other one, OT. OT. What you know about?
The GCT is what killing people.
All right, see it right. Stop. All right. It's a GCT right here. They charge GCT right here.
Yeah.
See, right here. This is supposed to be 0 right here. They charge GCT.
That's what I'm telling you. They charge that, and that is the killer. That is the killer. You didn't expect to pay all that money for GCT. That's the killer. And it's a shame. It's a shame.
So, what are you going to do now?
Me? What am I going to do? Sit back and stop packing barrels, send down here. It don't worth it. You've been doing this every year. You've been doing this. And to me, in this crisis, I tell you something better. I have a daughter in Connecticut, one in New York. And they both was putting barrel together. And I tell them, brakes on it before. Let me see what goes on when I come down and clear mine before y'all follow up with what you decide to do. And I say, okay. And I tell him, it's terrible. You don't get no break. You have to pay your money same way. So, like when my daughter, I was trying to get her to send it off before the ending of September. She said she don't care about what the government say they're going to give, because as far as you're concerned, they don't give anything. How much things they're getting for people down there and how much people getting what they're supposed to be getting. Donation from here, from there, and how much people is getting stuff. So when she ready, she will just send her stuff, and who to get it. But she's sure not sending it to the government to issue.
Yeah. And that is the sad part about all of this, Ms. Dell, because you brought your stuff down to help the people that are in need. And had people not been doing that, what would have happened to those people who have been wiped out completely? Nothing, no food, no clothes, nothing, just a suit on their backs. You know? So if persons weren't doing what you are doing, and if, you know, artists weren't coming out, entertainers weren't coming out, and just well-thinking Jamaicans weren't coming out and providing assistance, what would have happened? And I'm sure there are many people like you.
Right. We is putting out to help more than the government themselves, who should be really helping. You know, that's why I tell you, and I tell everyone, not only Jamaica, New York too, politics is a hell of a thing. Stink. I'll tell you what they want to get you vote them in. And when you vote them in, it's done. You understand? That's why I don't believe in it. I believe in helping people. If I have to help, let me tell you, I'm a mother of 6, 4 boys, 2 girls, and a lot of grandkids and great-grand. A lot of grandkids and great-grand. I tell you, I could go down into the Guinness Book if I had to tell you. Yeah, because I have 67 grandkids, and just kill one, make 66, and I have 14 great-grand between the 4 boys and the 2 girls. But it's my boys. My boys is who make up all these babies. Make up all these babies, you know? Baby mother here, baby mother there, Jamaica, Trinidad, America, all over. My boys.
They're seed sowers.
Yes. Yes. And I'm proud to be a grandmother. I am, and a great-grand. I am very proud to be. And I'm thankful. You know, I'm alive. I lost my mom, I lost my dad. And my mom was a loving person, a giving person from Hanover. Yeah. I have that streak in me to give. I worked in the hospital for 22 years because I believe in helping people. So that's in me. So that's what it is. I can't help myself. And I will always try to give. But, you know, when people are going to mislead you in a way where if you do this, you get this in return or that. And then it's not like that. You still have to dish out your dollars. And come on.
Miss Dale, I want to play for you because I want to just play. It's like 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I want to play something for you, and then I'm gonna make you an offer. All right?
Yes, my love.
This is probably what we should ask the Prime Minister, or whoever the minister is in charge of this relief effort. Here we go.
Did the minister lie?
That's what we need to ask. We need to ask that. Hear that, Miss Dale? Hear it again.
Did the minister lie?
Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie? No. Here's what we're going to know, Miss Dale, because we are cut now. But here's what we are going to do. Lean back a little bit. Please. All right. Yeah, man.
We want to see your pretty face.
Yeah. Here's what, no, Miss Dale. What I'm going to do, I promise you this. I'm going to take your bill and I'm going to go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and I have some experts who I'm going to share it with, if you don't mind, because we want to get to the bottom of this to find out why is it that they charged you when they made a promise that most, if not all, of these fees would be relaxed. And
all right.
With you. All right. How's that? How does that sound to you?
Repeat.
No, what I'm saying is that I'm going to take your bill with your permission, and I'm going to provide it to, there's someone who is willing to help you to find out to find out why is it that you paid this money, and we're going to get to the bottom of this, and we will provide an explanation to you.
Right. Yes.
You okay with that?
I would really appreciate that.
Okay. All right. So I'll be in touch with you. All right. When are you coming back, by the way, to New York?
Next month. I'm going to make sure to spend my birthday down here. New York too cold. My birthday is the beginning. My birthday is the beginning of the year. So after my birthday, I sure will be back.
Well, I tell you what, happy birthday in advance.
Thank you.
Happy holidays. and continue to enjoy yourself. Continue to be an inspiring force for the people of Jamaica. And don't let this stop you. If you feel like sending viral and if it's within your heart, just continue doing it. People of Jamaica, they need the help.
I know they do. I know they do, because I see it. And thanks for listening. Thanks for sharing. I do appreciate being on your program. And thank you again.
We will
happy birthday, Miss Dell.
Thank
and
you.
Happy Christmas and all the best for the year ahead. And keep doing God's work.
Thank you.
And big up Muffler.
You're welcome.
Muffler, big up yourself. I know he's listening. Big up yourself, Muffler. All right. So right?
All righty.
Take care. Bye.
Wow. That's interesting.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, it's not funny, but interesting, is that she's not the first person who has complained to me. I have a dear friend, same thing, and he said he was very surprised with the amount of fees he had to pay because he was given the understanding that the fees would be relaxed until December 31st. And he said, just like Miss Dell said, he said he saw no difference
in previous.
Yeah, when he compared what he did before Melissa and what he did after Melissa, he said there's no difference in terms of shipping things to Jamaica. But we're gonna get to the bottom of this and figure it out.
Right. Yeah, she should get back her money because this is Melissa Relief and she's helping to alleviate the suffering.
All right. Let me just go back to the 3 trillion because I'm getting a bunch of responses here and from some very analytical people who have been watching the news, people who have been analyzing what's going on. And I have one here from a very, very dear friend of ours. I won't call on him, except to say I'll advise. I'll reveal her. I'll reveal the gender. It's a lady, but she said the American government shut down for 2 months based on their not being able to agree on a budget because of a $2 trillion deficit. The Jamaican government can't account for $3 trillion of taxpayers' money, and it's business as usual.
Exactly.
She said Jamaica does not run a country of 3.5 million souls. They do not have a military budget in the billions of dollars. They are not the world's. All they are is a bunch of shameless criminals.
Yep.
That's one. And the second one came from a very, very dear friend. Actually, it came from the production crew. Said, if there, and this is interesting, it says, if there are no records for public money, then it is unaccounted for, which means it is missing or misused because there is no third option in public finance. Governments do not get to say they do not know, since every dollar of taxpayer money must have an approval, a payment record, and a traceable purpose. When those do not exist, the law treats the money as improperly spent or diverted, whether by incompetence or corruption, which is why audit failures are so serious in corruption cases. So, big up yourself, crew. And Jeanette, thanks for all that you're doing. Hopefully they will take you up. Somebody will take you up on the $250,000 offer. I tried and I failed, but people don't take my word for it.
Yeah, when hell freezes over, pigs gonna fly when that person is found. But you know something, Paul, picking up on what your friends just said, given that Jamaica has a chronic misuse and abuse of public funds, clearly there's something else going on because, like she said, they don't have a big military budget, right? And this is $3 trillion that is unaccounted for, and there's nobody seems to care, and it's just business as usual. Let's keep it moving. So where did those monies go? And and you know what? Andrew Holness is behaving like he's running a country that is a first world country and that has a budget that is bigger than that of the United States. And that is how he's operating.
That's what one of the ladies saying that.
Yes, that is how he's operating. Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke.
Again, the question is this: for all
Did
of them,
the minister lie?
Yeah. Well,
And
yeah, but it's business.
no, but what is funny to me is how cool and calm and collected he was, but what he said was so, was venomous. Did the minister lie?
Did the minister lie?
Yeah. Unassuming, no, yeah. It's the effect of the words.
Right. Check this out, sis.
Any government minister who becomes a millionaire after being to a government office is a thief.
That's true. That's very true.
There's no millionaire who becomes a millionaire through government salaries. I make that statement loud and clear. So this whole concept of democracy is a facade, the entertainment for the poor, to think that by voting a president into power, they've actually put a man in control. We need people like Trory, who wakes up in the morning and says, I need 3,000 trucks of road equipment on the road by tomorrow. And 3 kilometers from Ghana into Burkina Faso, they are there by tomorrow. I need a hospital there. I need an aeroplane manufacturing industry there. I need and you need to give a president power, the one who can decide, not the one who can steal, the one who can decide and make a change. We look at our countries. Look at Kenya, almost 50 years of independence.
60.
Look at
63 actually.
Look at Ghana, 63. Look at Zimbabwe, 40 something. And the roads that the colonialists built, we're even battling to repair them with potholes and etc. And you wonder, for the past 45 years, what are we doing? Here's the Minister of Roads, here's the Minister of Public Works, but they simply can't get things done. So what do you need? You need a leader.
Yeah, that's 100% true. That is 100% true. What have they done? And the same thing is true in the Jamaican space, because what have they really done? And you have all these ministers getting big salaries. Teachers are underpaid. Doctors and nurses are underpaid. Schools are broken. Hospitals are broken. Yet they have the biggest salaries. They have the largest entourage. And they're doing nothing. And it's not that Jamaica cannot be better. It's not a money problem. It's the theft of money problem that they have. It is the corruption problem that is causing Jamaica to be so poor. Because it's every man for himself, dog eat dog, dog-hearted, just selfish, mean, me coming on this. If you want to be successful in Jamaica, you better become a politician. Because their first month in the parliament, they are millionaires.
Well, speaking of money matters, well, let me play this video. This because somebody had mentioned it. Somebody mentioned about the disposal of medical waste. Let me play this video.
Up of medical waste on the compound of Victoria Jubilee Hospital in Kingston is creating discomfort among staff members who did not want to speak on camera.
They fear the mound of waste could cause an emergency. We have the details in this report.
The bags are stored behind the maintenance department on the compound of the Victoria Jubilee Hospital. Red bags are used specifically to store items that are infectious, an indication to all that they should be handled with great care. Employees use huge carts to move them around. The bags contain linen glove gauzes and excreta that are soiled by bodily fluids. Sources at the hospital have told us that the pile of infectious materials have been sitting on the compound for weeks. They say the heap grows daily. The pile of medical waste just beyond this wall is beginning to create a stench, which for many employees is now a major concern. The opposition spokesman on health, Dr. Alfred Dawes, says the concerns must not be taken lightly.
The danger in having medical waste exposed to the elements, especially for prolonged periods of time, is that you may have leakage of these bodily fluids. When rain falls, it may soak through and contaminate the gutters and the surrounding areas. And you may have rodents that may infest, and especially an urban area, getting into the medical waste. Dogs, cats, rats can all carry leptospirosis as well as other harmful diseases, and they can spread that to other animals and humans.
Dr. Dawes says the issue of insufficient incinerators must be addressed immediately to dispose infectious items in a timely manner.
Until we improve our capacity to handle medical waste, we are going to have bottlenecks with the main incinerator run by the Ministry of Health. And you're going to have a pileup of medical waste at public as well as private facilities. So this is a matter that should be treated with urgency.
When we contacted the Minister of Health about the matter, he said the waste will be carted away in 24 hours. Yannick Williams, TVJ News.
No, let me just say.
Sorry, if the producer could get the minister's latest response, you will see how incompetent this man really is. Why is he still in a job is beyond me.
All right, OT, see if you can find that clip, the latest clip. It was
RJR. It's on RJR this evening.
RJR,
this evening yesterday, yeah, but RJR, yeah, the minister is. No. They're not moving with any sense of urgency, Rattigan. No sense of urgency.
Here's the thing, Dr. Dawes said, until we improve our capacity, or we need to improve our capacity to handle medical waste, or until we do that, we're going to have a problem. Well, I take it a step further. Months ago, for those of you just joining us, months ago, I filed an ATI because it came to my attention that the government, that the incinerators that they used to dispose of medical waste, that they were malfunctioning. They were broken. They were not being used, and they were they were burying medical waste across the island. That's the information that came to me. So what I did was I said, well, let me verify it. So I sent an ATI to the Ministry of Health, and so far, nothing. Nothing. They haven't told me. I asked them, how are you disposing of your medical waste? How? And I haven't heard. I think they came back and said they need 30 more days, but this was like months ago. So we're waiting until early January to get back in the groove of things, and then dealing with it. All right. We'll wait.
Before you move on there, Rattigan, do you realize that this crisis is creating man-made problems, a man-made health crisis? Because leptospirosis is man-made as a result of the garbage and the carcasses that were left as a result of Melissa. But remember now, we cannot blame everything on Melissa, because this is a problem that was ongoing before Melissa struck, with the garbage piling up in major cities, because Montego Bay has a problem with rats running all over the place. So it is not a problem that just started because of Melissa. The problem existed before that. Melissa has just exacerbated that. So to have medical waste not being properly disposed of, do you know, and you know that people go into gut, it makes your blood boil, because this is creating health problems for otherwise healthy people. This is unacceptable. And the minister is basically saying that they'll have 2 incinerators, one in St. Catherine and one in the west. And I'm thinking to myself, 2 for an island as big as Jamaica. Every hospital should have one. And they get all these monies in these ministries. Every year, the budget, there's money appropriated in the budgeted for these ministries, Ministry of Health. Why is it not used for these kinds of things? This is essential. This is not a joke. You're playing with people's health when you don't have a functioning incinerator at a hospital. God Almighty, man.
Let me show you this thing. We're talking about the 6.7 billion that Jamaica will receive to help with the Melissa relief, because it's estimated that the damage done by Melissa is approximately 9 billion. So I just want to play this for you to listen and analyze this financial analyst's view of that 6.7 billion. Some of you have seen, well, you know about this lady, seen her before. Enough said.
Jamaica has received a historic aid package that should go a long way in rebuilding after Hurricane Melissa. I'm Kalila from Money Media, giving you money news for the Caribbean. So 5 international financial institutions have put together a $6.7 billion aid package for Jamaica to help the country rebuild after Hurricane Melissa. That's well over 1 trillion Jamaican dollars. It would cover about 75% of the World Bank's damage estimate. It's a major win for the country in securing the funds needed to rebuild, and it's also a massive international show of confidence in the country's recovery. The package pulls together support from the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, CAF, the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank. It includes sovereign financing, which is access to loans, bonds, etc., grants and private investment that will be dispersed over 3 years. CAF is offering up to $1 billion for priority projects chosen by the government. $200 million from the CDB will focus on building climate-resilient infrastructure and support for small businesses. The IDB group is lining up as much as $1 billion in sovereign loans. Meanwhile, the IMF could provide up to $415 million through its rapid financing instrument, and the World Bank group is matching CAF and the IDB with up to $1 billion, combining budget support, guarantees, and investment projects in key sectors. All of this is on top of the $662 million that Jamaica has already secured from its own disaster risk financing tools. That includes payouts from the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, the Catastrophe Bond, an IDB contingent credit line, and the World Bank's Catastrophe Deferred Drawdown option. Then there's another $12 million in grants that the agencies have mobilized so far, along with promises of technical support to help design projects and strengthen institutions. So all in all, money are run. It should genuinely help Jamaica recover from this devastating storm. But it also brings up another issue that was already simmering: transparency. There've been growing calls for the government to clearly show how relief funds are being spent and where the money is going. The Auditor General has launched a real-time audit to track how funds and supplies are received and used, but the opposition is insisting that the system be fully transparent and has warned against vague assurances. On the bright side, with these big international agencies now involved, there's an added layer of accountability. They require paperwork for everything. $6.7 billion is a lot of money for any one country, even spread over 3 years. So you can bet they'll be watching every cent. All eyes will be on the government and the recovery efforts. And that's the bottom line.
Okay. Yes, and you know, you have to try to get Ralston Hyman on the program, because and the minister spoke a few weeks ago. Finance Minister Favour Williams spoke a few weeks ago in the Parliament about this package, but it's not 6.7 million that all of that is the government is not getting all $6.7 million. 2.4 billion of that is for private sector. Right. Investment, because remember now she was saying that the $450 million, the JPS would be able to access that through that particular slot of money. So the government is really getting $3-point-something billion of that package. But also, because even on Colin Bell's show, and he talks about it every day. People need to watch his show and really listen to Ralston Hyman and try to get Ralston on the program one evening to break it down for us. The capital budget, because the governor of the Bank of Jamaica, Richard Biles, came out and made a statement about the capital budget being underspent. And what is the capital budget? It has to do with infrastructure. And if that is being underspent, and as a matter of fact, the governor of the Bank of Jamaica posited that he's not sure that the government has the capacity to do that, going forward. So what does that tell you? Yes, they're getting all this money, but are they going to spend the money the way it's supposed to be spent? Infrastructure is the problem, because, okay, look at this now. all of the West, what happened with the houses? And what is Andrew going to do with $100 billion of NHT money? Bring in tin can for the people to live in instead of building concrete structures. And concrete structures will withstand the catastrophes better than you bringing in container homes. So that is part of the problem. The government, they're getting the money, but are they spending the money? And if they're spending the money, how are they spending the money? That is a serious problem that we're having. So they're getting the money. Yes, these people require paperwork, but we know in Jamaica, everybody are general. So they'll give the contracts to their friends, and then their friends siphon, money can be siphoned up to there. So there still is a problem of accountability, even with the multilaterals requiring paperwork for these monies. There's still going to be a problem of accountability, but we still need to know how are these monies going to be spent? Where are these monies going to be spent?
Well,
because everything is destroyed.
The thing is, the paperwork, it doesn't mean I have no great confidence in the statement that, well, the multilaterals, they want paperwork for everything, so they have to produce a paperwork, because they can produce bogus paperwork.
Exactly.
So I need something more involved than just a public official turning over some documents and saying this is how much we spent for this, or this is how much we spent for that. I don't have much confidence in it. The other thing too is, people, you can swear up and down, you can wish, you can pray, you can do anything you want to do. Money is going to be stolen. It's
100%.
Simple as that. Money is
not stolen. Correction. The Prime Minister said it will be pilfered.
Unaccounted. Unaccounted.
Unaccounted for pilfered.
Yeah. The money money's going to go places where it shouldn't.
Yes.
That's just a fact of life. So the question is, how can we mitigate it? We can't completely stop it, but how can we get it to a point where we can, resources will still reach the people? Because in a lot of instances, the resources, they don't get to the people. Or if they get to the people, they get to the people in small amounts, and then the money is somewhere else. And so we have to pay attention to that. It's helpful that it's helpful that the Auditor General is involved in doing a real-time audit, but she has staff. She has a limited staff, and how is she going to deal with all
and is the department properly funded? Is it fully funded? Do they have an adequate staff?
And the thing is also are her efforts and personnel fused with the multilaterals? Because if it's a confusion, if you have, she's doing something over here, they're doing, I would like to see it seamless, where she said she gets together with these folks and say, okay, let's come up with a plan, and here's what can you guys do to ensure that money is spent properly and it's not pilfered.
Right. So, and given the history, Rattigan, because has there been any accounting for the used car money? Has there been any accounting for the monies that have been stolen from the Ministry of Education? Royal Reed is still in the courts. Don't know how that is going. What about the $1.4 billion spent on 110 buses? How many of those buses have been have all the buses arrived on the island? And these are decommissioned buses that you can get for $1. So what proof do we have that it really cost $1.4 billion? And there are other things. There are so many things where individuals there's evidence that individuals have been enriched and nobody knows how they have enriched themselves. The coffers are empty and the people are poorer for it. So where is the money?
Let me show you something. Take a look at this, people. Because Sis is talking about poor people and people are being enriched, and we're saying Jamaica is damaged and will be damaged for quite some time because of Melissa. And some people say, well, it started way before Melissa. Melissa is just adding on to it. And by the way, it's all of these, most of this money coming in, loans. And when they say, oh, Jamaica has good standing with the, yes, because you know why? We were paying off the debt at a break.
At a faster rate than it should be.
Why they didn't have money to do a whole bunch of these things.
Mm-hmm.
An aggressive rate. Take a look at this.
Wow.
All right. A friend of mine sent that to me. I've seen that structure with my own two eyes. Seen that structure when it was on the.
There you go. Please enlighten my darkness. It exists.
Did you say darkness?
Yes.
Oh my God. Dark and they're stupid. They are dunce.
Oh
they
my
are dark and they're stupid.
Well, a friend of mine sent it to me, and I heard about a certain politician who is part owner, if not the owner of that place. Won't call any names now because by Saturday we're going to get to it.
Get out of town.
Yes. And it's the name that's been mentioned is somebody who's been in the news quite a lot. So what I'm going to do is by this Saturday, people, it's a teaser. This Saturday, we're going to find out now who owns this place.
You are kidding me.
I've heard it from reliable sources that it is owned, at least partially owned by a Jamaican politician. So
male or female?
Male. But we will get to it.
Wow.
Because we're not gonna, people are, if it's the same politician that's been involved, people know to see some connection. People begin to see connection. But we don't know yet. So we're just gonna leave it like that. We're gonna do our research and we're gonna come back. Hopefully this Saturday we'll be able to play it again, and this time identify the owner, and then we can start asking questions like, where him get the money from?
But here's the problem, Rattigan. How many teachers can afford to live up there? How many doctors?
The regular Jamaican.
How many nurses?
Exactly.
And you see, but here's the thing, an agency was created to provide homes for these people, and they have been priced out of the system because you have a government that is visionless. So they cannot, as a matter of fact, Andrew once told them that they must make up 2, 3, 4 of them must make up and go and buy 1 2-bedroom house. That makes some sense. So they have been priced out of it, and you have this. So you see, when people say that there are 2 Jamaicas, and then they say, how could you say that? This is the reason you can say that.
Indeed. Opa, move it for me, please. Go ahead.
That is crazy. That is crazy. And if indeed a politician owns that person should be under investigation.
All right. Thanks, OT. All right, so we're going to get to that on Saturday. OT won't let me forget, and producer Joan will be on top of it. Now, folks, we don't have much time left because we want to pick a early
so the people can go and start getting their hands together.
I just want to whet your appetite now with something. I want to whet your appetite. And we're going to play this back on Saturday. So if you miss it, you'll catch it on Saturday. Here we go.
Dr. Chin, how easy it is to get everyone on the same page? Because as the minister just said, you're talking about people from England and Canada and New York and all over the place. And I guess people would have different reasons to be there. And I say, well, all right, I want to do this for Jamaica. Somebody will say, no, I want to do that for Jamaica. How easy it is to get everyone on the same page?
Well, we're an advisory role, so pretty much our input, whether they differ or not, all our input gets collected within the Diaspora department, and everything gets used. So it's not a conflict, even though we have differing opinions. The conflict is less than you would think because all ideas are brought to the table and heard.
Oh, beautiful. Tell me about this election now, how people nominate, where they go, when they go, and what they do.
Well, again, the same connectmeja.com. There is an eligibility requirement. Persons must be of good standing. Persons must demonstrate a willingness, to work with other council members, not to bring the council into disrepute. Persons must demonstrate a willingness to work with the government of Jamaica because ultimately it's an advisory board. So irrespective of your political opinion or affiliation, the interest is the idea is what is in the best interest of Jamaica and how do we move forward, because all ideas can contend. So we provide a space for that. We also work with our overseas missions, embassies, high commissions and other departments overseas, along with other wider diaspora communities, just to get this thing going. The diaspora elections will be managed by an election committee, and across the 5 regions, 3 in the United States, 1 in the UK and 1 in Canada. And the election committees, they will manage the process of going through vetting the candidates, ensuring that the voter registration is taking place, and ultimately advise us as to who the winners are.
Yeah. Oftentimes, people who are here, we think that the diaspora have no clue as to what's happening here. Really, they're out of touch, really, Dr. Chin, how is it that you, in your role, managed to stay connected to what was really happening on the ground? There is this ideal that how we want Jamaica to be when you're living outside of Jamaica, and then there's actually what's happening on the ground. How did you manage to stay in touch with what was really happening here?
Well, I think one of the good things about the process of the the entire council is that we work closely, like Minister said, with our heads of missions, and we have engagement tools that we are in the community. We're engaging in our communities. We have the Diaspora conference that sets us, when we come home, we get to hear all the things that are happening in Jamaica that are affecting Jamaica. We are connected with our heads of missions so that we know exactly what does Jamaica need. So it's not, there does come a point where it's a little difficult trying to remain in contact with Jamaica. But I think the important thing is that we remain on the ground because we're connected with the heads of missions, with our diaspora engagement options that the government has offered, such as the Diaspora conference. So we're able to get as much information as possible to understand exactly what is needed so that we can provide the resources within our network to be able to assist.
Yep.
Question: what is her obligation to the operative word diasporans? What is her obligation to those people? And let me tell the minister categorically, Minister Terrelong, you are not in charge of the diaspora. You cannot be in charge of the diaspora. The word is diaspora for a reason. And it is not serving your interest. It is supposed to be serving the interests of the people who live in the diaspora. So it is not to collect money and send to government. It's not about that. It's more to it than just that. It's, yes, the diaspora will work as they have been right now to provide assistance to persons affected by Melissa in Jamaica. However, there's many of those same persons who are themselves in need of assistance. Can they go to the Diaspora Council for assistance, for consultation on any matter that concerns them individually as well as a community collectively? So I want to know from Ms. Chin, what is her obligation? What are her duties to the diaspora? That's all.
People, I hope you paid close attention to that interview because we're going to play that quite often over the next few weeks because it's quite telling. If you notice what she said it's an advisory role, this Global Jamaica.
An advisory council, yes.
And she said all our input goes into the diaspora department.
Yes.
That's the government. All ideas brought to the table and heard. And then he said they have eligibility standards. And he said you can't bring it in disrepute. You must be a Jamaican, so on and so forth. And one of the things that's quite telling is that she said, I believe one of them said it, it's in the best interest of Jamaica.
Yes.
Remember the name of the organization? Jamaica Diaspora.
That's why I asked the question, what is her obligation to the diasporans?
And you hear what she said? She said, when they asked her the question about how do you keep in touch with what's going on, she couldn't answer the question. She was stunned. She started baffling and said, well, we have engagement tools and we talk to the consulars, the official Jamaican presence in America. She's talking about people who are assigned here and also people who are appointed. And she's saying, yeah, we keep in touch with them. And then we also find out when we go to the diaspora conference. And she said, because this is what we do, we need to do this to find out what is needed. If you notice what she didn't say, what is needed for the diaspora?
That is it. What is needed? So then she can move it, she can take it to Jamaica then and call it the Jamaica Council. But she cannot call it diaspora.
Joan Allen, all right, Joan Allen onto something. And they talked about vetting. Now, here's what happened. And I'll just quickly run through this. This is because they're having an election. They have an election every 3 years. And here is just to give some of the viewers background information. a group of us decided that, wait a minute, this thing is not serving the interest of the diaspora. And so what we need to do is we need to register, because we found out that they didn't register this organization, this name. And then we found out that they said it's not an organization, it's a movement. So we said, well then, if it's a movement and it's yours, then register it. So they didn't make a move. So we made a move and we registered it. And then we told them that we want to make this into a 501c3 charitable organization to help Jamaicans living abroad and also to help Jamaicans living at home, right? And they were upset. And we even told them that, listen, you're going to have to ask us for permission to use the name. Because, and then they were saying, well, it's our name. And we said, well, if it's yours, then register it and take it. They're not moved. You know why, people? And most of you know the answer. It's because you have government officials sitting in that movement. That so-called movement is led by the gentleman you just saw. Minister of State. The Minister of State and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. It's led by him. And some of you, most of you I think almost all of you got the question right this past Saturday when we said it's led and directed by 4 people. And that term, 3 of them don't live in the diaspora. That term, led and directed, is in the terms of reference. We didn't make it up. It came from their document, right? So here's what they had every 3 years they have an election, and it's election time. So here's the first thing they put out, and they put it out late because we were hearing that an election is coming up, but we didn't see anything, and we started asking questions, and finally they put this out. Move that Hopal, please. All right, there it is. They said registration will start the 15th of October for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and they have 3, and we're not talking about the Youth Council. We're talking about, the Big People Council, right? They have 3 regions in America: West, South, Northeast. Registration was supposed to start on the 15th of October, and then you could nominate somebody or you could nominate yourself on the same day. And then the election would be from the 20th of November to the 13th of December. Today is the 24th of December, so the election would be over. The voting would be over. Now it's just a matter for them to tally up and tell us who the winners are. But we didn't hear anything, and some of you registered and some of you voted because they gave you a token, and it's a one-time use token. So then we got this. Opal, can you make that bigger, please? All right, hold on a second. Hold on, folks. Let me see. I need to get it bigger than that so that you can see what's going on. All right, here we go. Let me remove this. Here we go. So they change it. So now, remember you were supposed to register in October and then vote in December, right? Voting would end at 13th of December. Now you see, now look at this. Now, start the 15th, it starts there, the 15th of October, but then it ends on the 19th of January. See that? So it's no longer 2025, it's now in 2026. And then that's the end of the nomination period. Look at when the end of the voting period, it's right there, January 24th. Sorry, to register to vote is up until January 24th. Voting is now from January till February, till the 20th of February. So they move all of this. without giving people adequate notice. We have to be asking. Right? And somebody in the chat somebody asked about vetting. And remember what they said to what they're looking for. You must be a Jamaican. You must behave yourself. You must not bring the thing into disrepute, blah, blah, blah. And then we got this. We get new eligibility criteria. When? This Saturday. This past Saturday. Not even a week yet. We got this. Go up, OT. Stop right there. Look at that. Stop right there, please. Look at that. Candidates shall be persons of good character and repute, maintaining good standing in the communities and professional life. Conduct that may reasonably be viewed as bringing the council or the government of, or the government of Jamaica into disrepute shall constitute grounds for ineligibility or removal. Candidates shall demonstrate a willingness to cooperate in good faith with the government of Jamaica, with fellow council members, irrespective of personal political affiliation, in order to advance the objectives of diaspora engagement. So we need to look what are the objectives. Then look at the E. Candidates shall commit to promoting the goodwill of Jamaicans globally and to safeguard the positive reputation of Jamaica and the integrity of brand Jamaica across the diaspora. And it says, the purpose of determining if a person satisfies this criteria, as well as the stated criteria in item C above, a person shall be eligible for election only if she, keep going up, OT, no criminal record. That's not me. Has never been a judge or otherwise declared bankrupt. That's not me. Has no pending litigation proceedings against him. That's not me. Must be willing to collaborate with the ministry with responsibility for diaspora affairs and Jamaica's overseas missions, as well as ministries, departments, and agencies of the government of Jamaica and other duly recognized diaspora bodies to strengthen relations across all relevant sectors. I am willing to collaborate with them, but on certain terms. Look at this. Candidate must possess expertise, experience in a sector identified pursuant to blah, 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 blah. Look at the very last one. This sounds like this right for Rattigan.
So they need to just cancel this thing and forget about it.
Right. It says individual whose actions are intentional. This was never in there before, you know. This one was never in there. Him just put this in this past Saturday. Individuals whose actions or intentions are reasonably determined to be inconsistent with the objectives of the council, or whose participation would compromise its credibility, effectiveness, or lawful operations, shall be deemed ineligible for membership or subject to removal. Keep it right there, OT. Now, here's what happened, folks. Remember what I'm telling you. A lot of these things that I just read to you, they were not in the as part of the eligibility requirements. They were not there, right? So they recently put it in there, but here's the problem. Voting started already. They vetted people, at least for the Northeast. They have 4 candidates, including yours truly. They have 4 candidates. And now, guess what they said this past Saturday? You know what they said? Oh, people started voting already because people were voting based on the original flyer.
Dates.
And then dates, not the second one. So people have been asking me, what do I do now? Will my votes count? Because now that they've changed the dates. Well, people, guess what? I'm here to tell you that your votes do not count.
That is shameful. That is shameful.
Do not count. They have changed the rules in midstream. And you know what they've said? You know what else they've said? They've said all of the candidates who we verified before, we're going to re-verify them.
How can this, question Rattigan, how can all of this be scuttled? Because if this is how they're going to operate, then first of all, they cannot stay in there and control what happens within the Diaspora Council. That's madness. So they are basically saying they have no respect for the persons within the diaspora. So if Terry Long wants to sit in his office and put it there, keep it there. But as long as it is within the diasporans are supposed to have control over their bylaws and how they operate and what they do. It should not be. It was never this way. So why did this become a thing?
Please.
Huh?
No, I was telling Oki, don't highlight anything more. Just leave it right there. Right.
Yeah. When and why did this become a thing? And why is it why does Terry Long think that it is his authority to change things midstream to suit the government's agenda? This council is not supposed to be doing the government's work.
And if they are, they're supposed to register with the Department of FARA.
And if they aren't, if they have not, then they should face consequences for that.
They're not registered for FARA. And you hear what happened? They're working for the Jamaican government. And the way FARA, the FARA regulations, you don't have to be paid. You don't have to be paid. As long as you're involved with a foreign government on a regular basis, you're supposed to register.
But nothing about this, Rattigan, nothing about this speaks to the issues of persons within the diaspora. Absolutely nothing about this. Then how then can they call it Diaspora Council? Tell me.
Exactly. And you know what happened? We are now calling K the Rattigan rule because it was never there. It was never there.
But they can't stop you from being there. And if they're going to sabotage you, then there has to be ways to put back.
We're waiting for them to send the letter. We're waiting for them. What can be done? Lots of things can be done. Lots of things. Some of them I won't go into detail. On Saturday, when you tune in on Saturday, we'll do a fulsome explanation of this. But lots of things can be done.
Before you move on, Rattigan, the persons who are putting themselves up as candidates, all those candidates, who knows about them? Have they been holding town halls within the diaspora, especially of the Northeast? Do they have a schedule of town halls? When are they going to do them? Have they been meeting with church leaders, community organizations? Because if they have not, then they are not supposed to be doing this. This is nonsense. This is nonsense.
Who's the representative for Central Florida? What's his name? He's not running again. And in fact, he's in my lick out against the government right now, as far as the Melissa thing is concerned. Peter Gracie, that's his name, for Central Florida. No, what's gonna happen with this is that we're waiting for them to send the letter to say, Rattigan, you're ineligible.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Because they have to give you the grounds on which you're ineligible.
Ineligible, yes. And once they do that, there are lots of things that could happen. And they're watching right now, people. They're watching and they're learning from us around here. They're learning because we're the ones who are pointing out that in their policy, it's a government policy that they supported the Biden administration regarding immigration matters versus the Trump administration. And we're saying that that's okay. Let them continue doing that because once the Trump administration, once they find out, questions will be asked. So all of you who saw that page, I want you to keep that page because I suspect that they're thinking about removing it right now. But
removing what?
All right, let me show you. All right, hold on one second. Hold on. Let me show you. Here we go. They have this policy, National Diaspora Policy, Government of Jamaica. And I think it's page 61. Them can't about mine, but online they might take it out. And we just go all the way down. Let me see. All right, here it is. This one. Diaspora challenges. And here's what they said. And I'm sure the Trump administration would love to see this. It says Jamaican migrants to the United States continue to be adversely affected by the inability of the U.S. government to agree on comprehensive immigration reform, despite attempts by successive administrations and policymakers to consider the economic, security, and humanitarian concerns which affect the migrant community. All that gobbledygook is just to say, hey, the U.S. government, you know, them never pass comprehensive reform so that people can benefit. And look at this. Look at the next sentence. Following attempts by the Trump administration to tighten the U.S.'s borders, the Biden administration will present its immigration reform bill to Congress, which proposes, among other things. So they're saying Trump had tightened up immigration and he might mess around with Jamaicans, and they start talking about the things that Biden would do. 8-year path to citizenship, DACA, all of these things. Look at right here. The Biden administration, this is right after Trump lost the election to Biden. And it says, the Biden administration has also signaled its interest in restoring faith in the U.S. legal immigration system and promoting integration of new Americans. So it's saying the Trump administration is not about doing this. Look at the last one. If successful, there will be multiple ways for undocumented persons to achieve a suitable path to citizenship. Think about that in this day and age, in this time now, where you see what
mad people.
Think about that. This is a support for the Biden administration, and it's in their policy. I would love for the Trump administration to get a hold of this and start asking questions. I want them calling the ambassador and say, what do you mean? What's this? It's in your policy. And it just goes to show you how stupid these people are. When they come
ridiculous.
You don't put this in a policy. This does not go in a policy. But then in addition to that, they talk about how they're going to help the diaspora. Let me go down and just pick out one thing. And then we'll move on. Let me see something here. Okay, here it is. From one of my favorite ministers, my favorite minister. It says, in particular, the second line from the top to the far right, that sentence. In particular, it addresses issues and concerns of the diaspora while assisting them to live in harmony and to prosper in the countries where they and their descendants reside. How has the Jamaican government helped anyone here to prosper in America? How? And how has the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council helped anyone? Because people, you must understand this. Their interest is not the diaspora.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's Jamaica.
It's not. Yeah.
Then why use the name diaspora?
That's what I'm saying. Take out the name diaspora. Makes no sense. Take out the word diaspora.
And then you come here and people are here suffering. People are here suffering and they don't have an organization that they can turn to, a national organization like this, this global organization, but they call it a global movement. Why is it that why is it that they're not providing help? I wish to God, well, see, a lot of people didn't even know about this organization or this quote unquote.
A lot of people still don't know because persons have not been making well, you have a platform, so many people can hear you and they can share the information, but persons have not had any kind of meeting of the minds with the persons who are the candidates. As a matter of fact, they don't even know many of them don't even know that there's a council, let alone a president for that council.
That's why we need to educate.
That's why I'm asking the question.
We need to educate them on what I need for people to do is find out who your rep is and bombard them with your request. So if you have an immigration problem, because they said they're going to help you, look at this line right here. It says the purpose of the policy is to establish a framework for the coordinated engagement of Jamaica's diaspora in keeping with the government's commitment to two things: broad inclusion of the diaspora in nation building. So that means that we are supposed to be part of nation building in Jamaica, yet they don't want us there. They don't want, all they want is the money. They don't want you to come and things. And
what the money is going to come.
Yeah, and the second thing is they said they're going to promote their interests and well-being in the countries where they're going to promote our interests, right? And well-being in the countries where we reside. And I'm asking, how many people have benefited from this? How many people can honestly say that the Jamaican government...
Ask the students in Ukraine. Ask the students who had to leave Ukraine.
Right. Ask the students who come to me and ask me to help out with school fees and this and that and that.
Yeah.
I have to try and help them. Yeah. I can't go to when they go to the consulate, what did they hear? We can't help you. We can't help you.
Yeah.
People, you need to get involved with this process and write to the person who's in charge and say, look, we need help and we want help. You say you're going to help us to prosper. We need the help. We need help with immigration. We need help with social services. We need help with the landlord tenant. We need help with medical services. We need help with all of these things because we want to prosper. And you said in your policy, written policy, that you are going to help us. There it is. But you know what this is all about, people? If you want to read the policy, it is all about this.
About money. They don't care. They don't care about anybody because the minister wants to dominate it.
Yes.
The government wants to dominate the people because it's all about coming to raise money and take it back. What happened to all those monies that have been raised for COVID and everything and nobody knows where those monies go? Come on now, get a grip. And it's and the thing is, it is not about being hostile to the government. Anybody will work with an honest and upstanding government, but you cannot want to dominate people outside of a space that you're not in control of, and tell them what they must do, when they must do it, and how much they must do it. And if they don't play by your rules, then you're label them as trying to destroy the country and destroy government. That's not what it's about because the government is corrupt. So it's not about not wanting to work with them.
This is in terms of reference, right? And here's one of the things that they're very upset about that I'm bringing to light. Here it is. Let me start with this. Saturday, we're going to dig deep into this document. So far, we've just been tinkering with it. Look at that governance structure of the council. Our council, look at it. It says, and those of you who got the question right, here's where the term led and supported came from. There it is. The GJDC will be led and supported by 4 individuals. 4. Who? The chair. That's the deputy minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. A vice chair, who is somebody who's elected, but then appointed. Appointed by whom? Appointed by whom?
The minister.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the same lady that you saw on the interview, Shauna Chin. That's the lady. Appointed by them, not appointed by the diaspora. Because we can't appoint nobody. We elect. We can't appoint nobody. The government appoint, we elect. And then look at the third one. The third one is a vice chair from among the diaspora members of the council. Sorry. The third one is the undersecretary for diaspora protocol and consular affairs. That's a government official. Look at the last one, the director of the diaspora affairs department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. That's a government official. So of the 4, 3 of them live in Jamaica. They're government officials.
How then that can be the diaspora, Rattigan?
Yeah, and one of them, the 4th one, is one that they appoint.
No, but Rattigan, take your time with me because it might be sound slow. Here's the thing. So 4 of them, and all of this is appointed by the government. How can the government be dictating to the diaspora council? Shouldn't it be the other way around, that when the members of the diaspora elect a representative and they meet and make suggestions to the government, and they can make inquiries and ask the government to appoint a representative? It shouldn't be the government imposing their will on the people to say, we are going to appoint people. I think that is back ways.
You think that's back ways? Look at this.
Yes.
Look at how foolish these people are. Look at how foolish these people are. Look here. Here it is. There it is. It is important to note that the GJDC is not an arm of the government of Jamaica.
So why are they appointing people?
So why you have 3 people from the government of Jamaica running it, and 1 who they appoint? Why, if it's not an arm of the government?
And why is it being chaired by the minister?
Yeah, and then look at the second sentence. Consequently, the views expressed by council members do not represent the views of the government of Jamaica. But they're telling you what to do because they said you have to work on national priorities for them. And then they say,
but here's the thing, Rattigan. The views expressed are not those of the government. So how does K in the other document, the one that they put out Saturday?
Exactly. Yeah.
You see, it really applies to you. So your views are not their views. So why are they infringing on your freedom of speech and your right to speak out and your right to do this protest and your right to do that? Because this basically runs counter to what they said. They said in the other document that the views expressed are not their own. So what is the problem?
So it's what it says. Individuals whose actions or intentions are reasonably determined to be inconsistent with the objectives, and my views are inconsistent because I don't believe that a diaspora organization is run by the government of Jamaica.
But it doesn't represent the view of the government. So what is the problem?
Yes. And then they say that, then they say, hey, although you're working for the Jamaican government, or you're working with the Jamaican government on national priorities, whatever you say won't bind the government of Jamaica. You know why? You know why? Because I'm afraid of lawsuit. I'm afraid you're going to say something that might incur legal liability. And so what they're saying is that you depend on your own, even though you're being instructed to work for us, because you're going to work.
No. Even though you're being in essence, your duty is to just raise money and send it come. Raise the money, work the money, and send it come. They don't care anything about the people who are working that money and sending it. They do not care.
Yeah, and so look at how weak this thing is. The council makes recommendations for consideration by the government. It should be the other way around. That the government
Other way around.
Diaspora said yes, we'll accept this, or no, we won't accept it.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's crazy. And by the way, people, when this thing started in 2020, there were what 24 members,
but correction, Rattigan, the Diaspora Council started from a PJ Patterson administration.
No, I'm talking about
so
this.
The changes came about in 2020.
In 2020, they formalized it, and this is what they put out in 2020. And what in 2020, what they did now, they said we're going to do a global thing, and they had 24 people, and of the 24 people, I think it was 18 people appointed by the government of Jamaica.
That cannot be a diaspora council.
18 people, and now look at it. Now they have 28, and half of the membership is appointed by the government of Jamaica,
who do not live in the diaspora.
These people, I mean, and like I showed last week, Saturday, I said, you get a sense that these people, all right, let me just go to the chart. We didn't do the chart. Look at the chart. See it right here. Here it is. Here it is right here. 28 members, right? And if you look right here, 14 elected. It is right here. And 14 appointed. And then look up top right here. It's all government officials, except where's the diaspora lady?
That is madness. That's madness.
Jamaica government. See, Jamaica government sits on top of the whole thing.
It cannot be a diaspora council. No. They're not serious people.
See it right here. Let me show you. Right, this is the only person right here above. That is not a government official. You see over here, so. See right there, so. Not sure about the diaspora board, but this is the chair, right there, so. That's it. And see it right there, so again. Government official. And see right there, so again. Right there, so. This one here. This one here. Government official. Government official.
Rattigan, go back to Farah and help them to understand that no organization, council, advisory can be operating, doing anything for a foreign government without being registered with the Farah.
Yeah, Farah is essential. We'll bring it up on Saturday. But Farah says if you live in the if you're a US person, not a US citizen, US person, it can be a green card holder. You could be a person, somebody who even have a visa, long-term visa. If you're a US person and you're involved with a foreign
government, you have to register.
And you're involved in advising, lobbying, all of those things, whether you paid or not. You're supposed to register with the
register,
US.
we have to register with the foreign. Yes.
You're supposed to register with them.
Yes. So to see the minister sitting down there and talking, and then Miss Chin, she's there talking about advisory, and I'm like, wake up.
Let me speak to all of them. Let me speak to all of the members and the minister and the junior minister, deputy minister, all of them. All of you amount to zero. I will take on all of you. I will take on all, because I know these two documents better than all of you combined. I know this document, in these two documents, the policy and the terms of reference. In fact, let me show you how much I know this document. Let me show you how much I know this document. Let me show you how much. Look at this one here. See where it says the chair may terminate. Again, the chair may terminate, not the diaspora, I know. The chair may terminate the appointment of a member if he or she breaches the standard of conduct outlined at section 9, subsection 1, 9, subsection 2, and 10. All of you know who claims on a member and this and that. I want you to show me where there is a 9 and a 10 in this document. There is no 9, there is no 10 in this document. It in the first document.
Rattigan, here's a concern of mine. The minister is sitting down there and he's appointing all these members. Does he know that he's jeopardizing them in the foreign space if they have not registered with FARA and they're advising the government? He's jeopardizing them, you know.
I've been telling them this for years. I've been telling them this for years.
They shouldn't allow them to do that to them. And the thing is, they're going to, God forbid, they get into run afoul with the IRS or with any government agency investigating them. They're going to bail on them. And they're going to say,
go ahead.
And they're going to say, but the views expressed by those persons are not those of the government.
Well, did you see the chart? Did I put up the chart? I didn't, right?
Yes.
I did put up the chart.
Yes.
Okay. Well, this one is the one I'm talking about. I don't think I'd show them this one, where it says breaches the standard of conduct outlined at 9, 1, 9, 2, and 10. There is no 9 and there is no 10 in this document. There is no 9, and I challenge them to tell me if I'm wrong. I challenge them. Here is where you have 9 and 10. In this document, you have 9 and 10. There's 11. There's 9. There's 10. There's 9. In this document, but guess what? Look at this document. That's a different document. That's the original terms of reference. And I don't want to call them. I want to be this.
No, have mercy.
But there it is right here. That's the original document. And then now they move to this document. And this one, look at this one. See that? It's two different. That's the second one. This is a more recent one. That's the first one. And the cut and paste job, and they didn't realize that there's no 9 and 10. But let me show you something that they did. They are tired to see my face, you know. They are going to tired to see this man in face. Look at this. Look at what they put. This is not in the first document, but they put it in the second document. Look at this one here. Look at this one. 30, Roman numeral 37. Look at this. Members of the council shall not establish any structure, association, or entity in the name of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, or which is established specifically in their capacity as members of the council. You know where this come from? The protest and the registration of the name. They're reactive,
so sad.
Not proactive.
But they're violating US laws by not being registered to do any consultation and any advisory with the government. That is the first problem that they're running into. And so persons should make sure they protect themselves and say to the minister, you know, we really can't do it this way because we have to be registered in order to. But let me ask though, let me not assume that they have not. Do you know of any member that is registered to advise and counsel the government, raise money for them in any way, shape, or form from this international, from the international space?
The people that I've spoken to, not a single one of them and I've spoken to several members and former members, not a single one of them has ever registered under FARA. Not one.
And the thing is, these are documents that you can pull up and see their names.
You can
these are public documents.
Yeah. And remember now,
right.
You have the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council and you have the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and they're all supposed to register.
Yes.
They're all supposed to register. They haven't registered. But I tell them, one day name day when the US government start do them sir, and by the way, they established
it's not worth it.
And now they're actively prosecuting or they're actively engaged in the statute and its application to people who break the law. It's a law. It's not a administrative.
Remember what's his name? Flynn, who got into trouble for it?
Yeah, Flynn got into trouble
a few years ago. Yeah, Peter Flynn.
Yeah,
it's not a joke. Don't let them go them into doing this just for the sake of taking picture with a public official. That's rubbish. Let them do the things how it's supposed to be done, and they cannot be dictating the terms and agreements of how the Diaspora Council is run. That makes no sense. And the members the candidates who are putting themselves up to be representatives should state that to the government. Say, no, you really can't do that.
Well,
and it has nothing to do with not wanting to work with the government. It's have nothing to do with coming up, and raising funds for situations like Melissa or like Beryl last year or like during COVID. It has nothing to do with that. It's just making sure that persons within the diaspora have representation and have a space they can go to, people they can talk to, and know that there is something there. Because the same way they want people in the diaspora to raise funds for them, don't you think the same organization should be raising monies to keep in their coffers for persons within the diaspora who might fall on hard times and need to reach out to them? I would think that's what they would want to happen. It shouldn't be for the purpose of the government and government and the government and the government. It cannot be that alone. It has to be more broader. It has to be broader than that.
Well, it's narrow.
Yeah, and they cannot dictate to you whether or not you're eligible to run. They can't decide that you're not. You're ineligible. How can they make you ineligible?
By the way, here's the thing, because by this Saturday we'll get some answers, folks. But I fully expect that by Saturday they'll send me a letter saying that I'm no longer eligible, even though they declared me eligible already and put me on the ballot. But what I've heard is that they're looking at the early voting and they're seeing something that they didn't like, and they said, no, we have to stop this, right?
But is that how democracy works?
No, it's not. No.
Right, so they can't tell people who they want to vote for. The people have decided that you are running, and the people are deciding to vote for you because they want the council, Diaspora Council, to work in and on the behalf of the persons within the diaspora. Who are they to sit down and dictate otherwise?
Let me show you something, folks, that you, at least if they had allowed me, and I say it because I know exactly what's going on. If they allow me to run, this is something that you wouldn't see in the first few months or so. And you know why? Because I would be busy with the grassroots people, trying to figure out what their needs are and how we can help them in the diaspora. You wouldn't be seeing this. You wouldn't be seeing this.
That's what it's about, taking pictures.
There it is.
Taking pictures.
That lady you see right there, well, everybody knows who the lady on the right is, but the lady on the left, she's our representative, Maria.
That's what it's about. That's what it's about. How many persons have seen her in a church, in a local church, in a community, in a high schools? That's what it's about. It's about nothing else than that.
That's our representative.
That's what it's about. Taking pictures.
Yeah, and they know that with me, they're not gonna get this. What they're gonna get, get a fight. They're gonna.
But let me ask you, Rattigan, before you finish. If they send you a letter saying that you're ineligible, what is your recourse? Because they cannot disqualify you. There's no grounds on which you're disqualified based on their own thing.
Well, let them do it. We're not gonna say what we are gonna do. Let them do it, and then we'll take appropriate.
Okay.
But this is
crazy.
This is what's going on here. You know,
it's crazy. I would like that's Michelle Tolonil, and I would like to ask her these questions. What are your obligations to the persons within the diaspora? How many town halls have you done in various states, in various counties? How many people know you? How many churches have you been to? How many of the issues affecting Jamaicans in the diaspora have you fielded? How many of those things have you fielded? Where's your office? How can you be contacted?
Well, those are very pertinent questions, and they're going to get stunted, you know, or stunned.
But that's her duty, That is her duty. Yeah, not to be taking picture with the minister.
Yeah, here's what happened, right? This lady came on the program. This lady, meaning Michelle Tolonil, came on the program, and when she came on, we asked her about things in the first terms of reference, and she wasn't aware of them. And in my mind, I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, how can you apply for a job and you don't even know what the job is about? Because the terms of reference, that's your guide. And she didn't know. She came back a second time. And there are things we asked her that she should have known, some softball questions, and she still didn't know. Well, we invited her to come on, and she tell the producer she wasn't available. Producer said, fine. Producer went back to her and said, we'd love for you to come on. Because we saw her on Jeffrey Tavares' program. And we said, oh, so she's doing programs now. So let's ask her if she's on our program. Nothing gets the program. It's fine. She should do all the programs. But that's it. She should do all the programs. You know, especially in the Northeast. She should do one like that. When we saw her on Jeffrey's program, we said, well, let's call her again. Maybe you have a change of heart. We called her and she said she was coming on this Saturday. And she agreed to come on from, I think it's like 6 to 7. Yeah, 6. She agreed to come on. We did a program last week, Wednesday, on a segment regarding this election. And I think on Thursday, she wrote to the producer and said, I'm sorry, I can't come on.
What about the other candidates? Because we'd also like to hear from them, because she clearly is not about the people in the diaspora.
There's one that's scheduled to come on this Saturday. There's 4 of us, myself, Michelle, and 2 ladies. Of the 2 ladies, one we're hearing that she might not go through with the process. Oh, there they are. They are right here. Hope Wade, Tamar Newman, and we're hearing that Tamar Newman might not be. We don't know. That's what we're hearing. We can't verify it, so we don't know about her. But Hope Wade is scheduled to be on this Saturday.
Well, yes, because it will be important to find out from her whose interest will she be serving.
So it's funny, because people have a perception about how the Jamaican government, how the Jamaican government is involved in elections back home. People have a perception about that, and we've seen people buying votes. We've seen all kinds of things, and now we have a lawsuit involving the Prime Minister's election. That's bad. But what's even worse is that they want to stay in Jamaica and control
and dominate. Exactly. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way.
So
it doesn't work that way, because they're running you guys are running to represent people in a different space. The persons within those space need representation. So if you have a representative, who is that representative working for and on the behalf of? It must be the persons who elect her. It cannot be the persons outside of that space.
Yeah. So think about this, people. Think about this. Think about this. And it doesn't require much thought. You elect somebody not to represent your interests, but to represent the government of Jamaica's interests. Think about that. Think about that. Because you hear what they say. They're doing what's in the best interest of Jamaica, not what's in the best interest of the diaspora.
And then they're in the wrong space.
Right? Somebody asked the lady in the blue, is she a man or a lady? Oh, Judith, no, she's the name is Michelle.
She both.
Neil. No, there's a full. Let me see if I can get the full. There's a full picture of her. Right? Oh no,
Judith, both.
Yeah. Oti, move that off. Oh, let me move it. Okay.
No, that's Michelle Solonil. She wasn't sure.
There she is. It's a woman. Somebody asked a question on Saturday too, but I didn't want to answer. But since it's come up again, no, it's a lady. It's a lady.
It's a woman.
Yeah. So
she's a woman.
Oh, well, I was gonna say something, but I better not. So there she is.
This cannot be what her role is, Rattigan, to smile and take pictures with public officials. This cannot be her job. And to raise money to send, this cannot be her job. What has she done for people in the diaspora lately is the question.
I don't know. Because here's what's going to happen now, people. Here's what we're going to do. One of the things that we can do is this, right? What we can do as a unit, as a group, if you know somebody who has a need, and we're talking about the Northeast now, but it should be applied across the globe. If you know somebody in your community, a Jamaican with a need, let's all encourage a person to reach out to
their representative
for help.
Just go to church. Just walk into any church, Rattigan. Just go into one church. Speak to a pastor. Speak to a bishop of a church. And I'm not just talking about. Just speak to one of them. That's all, and you get the answers that you're looking for.
Yeah. So
she's a joke.
Put inside there. But what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that they help out the diaspora. So now we're going to do a letter writing campaign. We're going to do an email campaign. If it means we have to protest whenever they come out anywhere, then we'll do it. But you
can get emails of bishops that are in local churches, community organizations, and send it to them. There's a lady who runs the Carlton Loxley Bennett Foundation. She's a Jamaican. Her son was killed years ago. And so she started that foundation to help mothers who are going through the same situation as her. Does Michelle Tolonil know about her and her organization and the work that she's doing to help persons like herself who have to deal with this pain of bearing a child who was a victim of gun violence? You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So they are there, but her role is not to reach out to these people. Her role is to take pictures. And that's what I'm saying. What is her schedule? What's on her schedule? What are the town halls? When are those town halls? Where are those town halls going to take place? It's not a joke. People, you see, they're living in Fantasyland while people living in the real world, you know.
Hold on. Speaking of town halls, let me show you something, Maria. I don't know if you've seen this. People on the program, they've seen this document. All right, here's what happens. You are required to have a conference, a diaspora conference in the off year. What does that mean? They have it's called the biennial conference in Jamaica, which is, again, people, that's nonsense. They should have the conference, that conference they have in Jamaica, they should rotate it globally.
In the diaspora.
America, one in the UK,
one in Canada.
Jamaica as well. But every 2 years, it's held only in Jamaica. Why? Because they want to get you down there because of this. They have them vendors, they want
it's money. It's about money. It's not about it. They don't care. They really don't care.
So what happened is every 2 years, they have this conference in Jamaica. Now, when they have the conference in Jamaica, you don't have a conference in the diaspora. In your region, you don't have one. The regional conferences are held the year that they don't have the conference in Jamaica, right? So they didn't have a conference in Jamaica last year. So a conference was held in the
Yes, they had a conference in June last year. Wasn't it June last year? Yes, was the year before.
No, it was a year before. I believe it was a year before. It was a year before.
Okay.
Yeah, because yes,
it was a year. Yes.
Yeah, because they had
time goes so quickly.
So what happened now is that the first conference, she's been there 3 years now. She had her first conference, her meaning our representative, she had it in June of this year. So when you have it in, so next year it's going to be the one in Jamaica. So you don't have one in Diaspora next year because you're having the big one in Jamaica, right? Look at this. I don't know if you can see that. You can see that, Maria?
A little bit. It's too. You have to bring it in some more.
All right. So then I'd have to.
So read it then. Yeah. Read it if anything, because if you expand it, you're gonna lose some of it.
No. I'll put it up to. All right, here it is. This is from Michelle. Wait a minute. Here it is right here. In case people want to say another. See that? Michelle Tolonil. From her, and it got to a whole bunch of people and somebody in the group, and I don't know why I'm beginning to feel slighted now because she didn't invite me to her group, Maria, and I think I have something to contribute. I have a voice and I have a platform and I have something to contribute, and I think that because I said I want to work with the diaspora regardless of your views or whatever, reach out to me and say I'm going to put you on this and we're going to work together, but that didn't happen. Michelle, big up yourself.
Yeah, and she need to correct that, the February 2020.
Yeah, right. This one you're talking about.
Yeah.
So here's what happened, right? She said, greetings. She's writing this to the diaspora, her corner of the diaspora. I trust this message for good health and high spirits. I wish to extend my sincere gratitude for your support and dedication during our inaugural, meaning the first one, and she did it 3 years. Inaugural Diaspora conference held in June. Your contribution was instrumental to the success of the event, and I remain deeply appreciative. I am pleased to inform you that in recognition of the conference's impact, what impact? It was poorly attended. Where's the readout? Anybody in the diaspora getting a readout and said this is what we're going to do and help the diaspora? What the readout?
That's what I'm wondering.
She reported to the ministry. That's what she reported to the government. That's what she reported to them. They are boss. She didn't report to the diaspora. And she said, I have been invited by the Honorable Minister Orlando Terrelang. Let me rub this here so I can see. See it right there, son. See, I have been invited by the Honorable, right, that's all, Minister Orlando Terrelang, to host a similar conference in February 2026, the same year they might have it in Jamaica, which is not supposed to happen. She just have one in June. What is it she's going to say now in February that she didn't say in June? What happened since June? What happened?
What did she list on your accomplishments?
No. During his official visit to the U.S., his itinerary will commence in the southern region, continue to the northeast, and conclude on the west coast before return to Jamaica. Now, I just want to ask the minister, is there a particular reason why you want to come beyond the conference? Is there something going on that you want to come to America? Because I don't understand why you don't want to come to America when the Northeast had a conference in June, and I don't know if you didn't get the report, but if you didn't get the report, it's easy. You could have just simply call her and just say, hey, Michelle, what happened in June? Send me the readout. Send me the hot wash. What happened? Right? And then
but also Rattigan, not only that, since they're so vested, they have such a vested interest, shouldn't they be asking her then for information on what is happening to the people in the diaspora and what she has done to facilitate them in whatever issues that they're facing.
Right.
Simon.
And the last paragraph, the purpose of this correspondence is to apprise you that I will once again be seeking your valued partnership and support as we continue our shared mission, educate, empower, and collaborate with members of the Jamaican diaspora. And then she go on with a whole bunch of gobbledygook, blah, 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 blah. And here it is. Now, you see this, people? This is, you see this? This right here? Northeast USA. When it was registered, up in Connecticut, she couldn't. What we do is register it in a Philly as well, Pennsylvania as well. No, it was going to be registered in Connecticut, Jersey, New York, Philadelphia, and Pennsylvania and Washington D.C. You know what that means? That means that she couldn't use this title in none of them places. None, because it's not registered in those places. It's not registered.
But they cannot be doing business with the government, because to register this, it would be a 501c3, correct?
Correct.
And she would not be allowed under the laws of the IRS to do any business with the government based on that.
That's correct to a certain degree. What she would have to do is she put it this way: the business couldn't be conducted the way it's being conducted now.
That's what, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, yes.
Change. Yeah, they couldn't.
It would have to change. It couldn't be doing that.
For one, you couldn't have these government officials sitting in that organization.
No. I mean, come on now. And then if she's doing it individually as an advisor, where's her FARA registration? Where's that? So you see,
they're doing this because you know why they're doing this? Because of this.
They are dunce, they are dark, and they are stupid.
That's what happened. That's how they think of us.
You know, this is a minister only has few words in his vocabulary now: dunce, stupid, and bad mind. He needs to elevate himself and bring himself up to the office. He has brought the office into disrepute with his vulgarity and his bombastic approach to governance and to leadership. Well, he's not a leader. To his ministries and to the ministry that he is now in. So he needs to bring himself up and adapt something from the persons in there who are more measured, even from Favor, because she's more measured and thoughtful in what she's saying, so he can adapt something from her and don't be so brash, because it makes him come across as being dunce, dark, and stupid. So he needs to stop it.
Oh, all in the world. So they want to play back the video. All right, we only have about 11 minutes left. All in the world. So I'm going to play it back for you. But here's the thing. This is a new dates. OT, you can make this bigger. I should not do this. All right, here it is. I'll read it to you, people. The January 21st. No, January 19th is when they end the nomination period. And the 21st, they're gonna give you the final slate of candidates, which I thought they did already, because that's why you see the 4 pictures of us. That's why you see this. That's that. They finalized 4 people for the Northeast already. And now they're saying, not so fast, Mr. Rattigan, because we are going to do it on the 21st of January. So whatever happened back there in November, December timeframe, too bad. And now,
but there has to be but there has to be something because if they're trying to sabotage you, then that's clear as day, and that has to be addressed, because they cannot impose their beliefs and their will on people who decide that they're going to vote for you. That's how the process works.
Well, here's the thing, sis. On Saturday, people, we're going to show you the letter that makes it abundantly clear what their motives are. They put it on paper.
Then if that is the case, then they cannot be, then the rest of them should not be voted for. Because they should stand up and say, no, we cannot accept this.
They put it on paper. OT, give me back the spyglass thing, please. So, Let me just play a little bit tight for we'll just put a little bit tight and then we'll call it a night. So we have a lot more to talk about. We have to talk about ODPEM on Saturday. We have the Minister Vaz thing. JPS people, we have a lot of information. Because what happened? We had 2 auditors. Look at not 1, 2 auditors, and the 2 auditors, they live in 2 different countries. 2 different countries. Because we say we just don't want to make it look like, we pick one person and blah, blah, blah. We say, no, let's use 2 people from 2 different, let them just look at it and use give us their independent assessment. And you're going to hear some things about JPS and the condition that JPS is in, that the Jamaican government has no business loaning 150 million to them. None whatsoever. All right. We have 8 minutes. All right. Here is it. Let's stop it there.
Those roofs, because they have solar panels, Ratty.
Yeah, Whole New World says it's in St. Anne. All right, look at this Whole New World.
No, it's Jack's Hill.
See the Whole New World. No, I've seen this development. Like I said, I saw it a few years ago when they started, and
wow,
like it's the same development to me. But
is it apartment buildings, Rattigan?
You know, I what I'm hearing is that they're selling them. It's a
apartment buildings,
and condos and all of that stuff. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
I'm gonna make some phone calls and find out what's going on.
I wonder how many there are and how much one is going for.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can tell you one thing, it's not for the average Jamaican. And you can
It
see
can't be. Oh gosh, it can't be. No. You look at that and you know that. You're talking about at least $100 million for one of those.
There you go.
Yeah. Because it has solar panels, so.
Yeah. Well, folks, look, it's been a pleasure serving you.
Yes.
Up to this point. And I look forward to continue serving you. I look forward to continue sharing the information I gather with you. I look forward to learning from you. And I know that next year is going to be an exciting year for us. Like I've said, regarding this election, people, don't get too worked up over it, because I've said win, lose, or draw, Rattigan is a winner. Because guess what? My voice has been heard. And one man causing...
Nobody can shut you out.
One man is causing them to make all of these changes. So, and that's an accomplishment, because people who previously served said to me, look, we tried to get them to pay attention to us, and they would never. And now with you have them to jump through hoops, you have them to have meetings, you have them to do this, you have them to do that, I figure out where I come with next, and it's all good, people. It's all good. And here's the thing: make them, if them put somebody who them want inside it, then all we do is we just channel all of our needs and our desires and our hopes and our aspirations and our wants. We just channel them right there and say, we need help. You're here, the diaspora.
Yeah, and when when they raise money, it goes to the persons in the diaspora who need help. Come on.
And again, please remember the support. 3 streams of support we're looking assistance from you. One is the general support for OJLDF to continue to keep us doing what we're doing. The second one is for the appeal of the case of, was it South what was it, West Central St. Andrew, Paul Buchanan. We're asking for an appeal to help with the legal defense of that. And again, we're not supporting Paul Buchanan or supporting a political party. We're supporting the principle of good governance. We're supporting the good principle of the sanctity of the election process. And the third one is the Melissa relief. When you send your funds in, please indicate where you want your funds to go, because we're keeping 3 pots, because we want to be accurate in terms of accounting. So just tell us when you send the money, you just put on it appeal, or you put on it Melissa, or you put on it OJLDF, and it will go where you want it to go. Sis, I want to thank you for jumping on with us. Yeah, really appreciate it. People love seeing your face. It's another place, another place, another space. Yeah.
Yeah, and I like. Yeah, and I love this. The company, and I love the chat. This you have a lively chat. I'm telling you, and they don't play. They said I'm making teeth. Have a lively chat, and I love all of them, and I may God bless them and sustain them, now and always.
Thank you.
And thanks for inviting me in the spice.
Look, there's no invitation necessary for you. This is your place. That's it. People, happy holidays. We'll be back this Saturday. OT, take us home. Take us home, OT.
Yes, big enough respect, OT.
Hear my new song, hear my new song, sis. Get that?
No.
Get that.
For the people every day, defending your rights. I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them said spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Ties on him. Them know said that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day.
Yes, sis.
Yes, sis, man. We will speak.
We'll talk. All right.
Yeah, man. Blessings every time. All right, cool.
Life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah, build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle, but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.